All right, everybody. Yeah, just maybe get going with the opening remarks. All right, Mr. Fazeli. All right, good afternoon, everybody. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you're called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists, and when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, the video will be disabled and you'll be reinstated as attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out the decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. For the hearing procedure, I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. We'll deal with deferrals first, and then we'll proceed to individual items. When an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired, and when the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation, and when all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. All right, for our afternoon session, Ms. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do we have any files to close?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are no files to close.
Are there any declarations of interest of panel or staff for the items in the 2 p.m. slot? We'll start with that. I do have one conflict. Actually, I should ask, for the 2 p.m. or 4 p.m. slot? You have a conflict? Okay. I will. Yeah, I'll be stepping out for item number 25. The reason is I know the agent or applicant that will be presenting on the file. So Mr. Fazeli will be chairing that item for me. Are there any other declarations of interest that we should know about? None? All right, thank you. Okay. Ms. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do we have any deferral requests for our 2 p.m. slot?
Yes, there is one deferral request for item number 22, 150 Roselawn Avenue. However, I don't believe the applicant or agent is currently online right now.
All right. Oh, we don't have them online. Okay. We will stand that item down. We have any other deferral requests?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is no other deferral requests for the 2 p.m. time slot.
All right. Well, let's get going. Item number 13, 289 Betty Ann Drive. The purpose of the application is to construct a new detached dwelling with an integral garage, rear deck, and balcony. We've got variances for side main wall height, building height, lot coverage, height related to a portion of the building that is more than 19 meters in length, number of stories, number of platforms on a rear main wall, rear deck area, and west side yard setback. On file, I have material from the applicant, report from community planning. You have our agent or applicant with us?
Yes. Mr. Chair, committee members, my name is Rafiq Hanna. I'm from 43 Conklin Crescent in Aurora, L4G0Z3. This application was deferred last time to update the plans and address some concerns for the planning. Plans have been modified. For example, for variance number 1, the sidewall exterior main wall height was reduced from 10.92 meters to 10 meters. And then variance number 2 is eliminated because of this. And then modifying variance number 4, the height of the first story extension to be 5.89 meters instead of 6.16. And eliminating variance number 6 regarding the number of the platforms located at rear wall by eliminating the balcony of the second floor. As the updated planning report indicates that the staff are in opinion that the variances are minor and it's in line with the general intent of the zoning bylaw and official plan.
All right. Questions? Yes. Can we pull up the public notice? Let's just go through the changes again, just to ensure that we have, staff have all of the modifications on the record. I think you mentioned variance number 1 regarding the side main wall height had been reduced?
Yes, correct. From 10 meters to, from 10.92 to 10 meters.
Okay. And number 2 has been eliminated?
Yes.
Okay. Any changes to any of the other variances?
Variance number 4, the height of the first story extension is reduced from 6.16 to 5.89.
Okay. Any other modifications?
To number 6, the number of platforms located on the rear wall. We have eliminated the second floor balcony from the bedroom on the upper floor of the house.
Okay, so we'll be removing variance number 6 then. Is that correct?
There's still the deck on the main floor, and because of there's a variance of. Okay, let me just explain this. So because the geodesic height of the basement is higher than the established grade level, so it's considered a 3-story house. But on the main floor where the kitchen is, there is another deck. I'm not sure if this will eliminate the number 6 totally, or this deck will will still be. It's a one platform at the back right now.
Right. Well, the bylaw, I'm just looking at the public notice. It states the maximum permitted number of platforms at or above the second story located on the rear wall of a detached house is 1. So you have 1. It doesn't seem like.
Oh, I do have one. Then this will be eliminated. Yes.
All right.
Sorry.
Very good. Any other modifications?
No, that's about it.
Thank you. I just want to ensure we've captured everything there. Okay, I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions. No. And would you require any further presentation? No. All right, sir. Staff, we don't have any other speakers online for this. All right, to our agent, if it's all right with you, it looks like we can take. Oh, I'm sorry, my colleague, Mr. Vizzelli, has a question.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, are you okay with the recommendation on the staff report where it indicates to provide permanent opaque screening or fencing along the east and west side of the proposed rear third-story balcony? But with a minimum of 1.5? You're okay with that?
I'm sorry, which, again, we have eliminated the second story altogether. So are we talking about the main story platform now?
Well, this
No,
is,
I think the condition is about west side exterior main wall to be developed substantially in accordance with the west elevation.
so well, if it's removed, then this should not be applied, right? Am I right?
Yeah, I think Mr. Vizzelli is referring to item number 5 in the recommendation section of the staff report, which is for opaque screening on the third-story balcony. But if that third-story balcony no longer exists, then that recommendation
Okay,
Should not.
is not valid anymore, right?
Right.
Yeah,
so
Yeah.
it's not applicable anymore.
it's not applicable.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking, like, why would they put that there? So anyways, thank you.
All right, okay. We're ready to take this into committee? All right, let's move this into committee.
I think I'm ready to make a motion, Mr. Chair. I'd like to forward a motion to approve this application as amended. Variance number 2 was eliminated. Variance number 4 was changed to 5.89, and variance number 6 was eliminated. I think I captured all. Also, there is a forestry condition. Let me see. Yes, forestry condition number 3. And I would like to add the item number 4 recommendation of the report, staff report, where it says the heights of the west side exterior main walls of the new dwelling shall be constructed substantially in accordance. I think we have it. Yes, if you have it, then that would be great. Oh, it's changed. All right, yes. There is a new one. All right. Perfect, thank you. That's my motion.
All right. Do I have a seconder? Second by Mr. Bartolo. All in favor? Okay, that passes. All right. Item number 14. 37 RISEBROUGH Avenue. Purpose of the application is to construct a new detached dwelling with an integral garage and a rear deck. This application was deferred by the committee on August 28th. We have variances for west side yard setback for a deck and canopy, main wall height, number of stories, main floor height, building length, building depth, stair width, chimney encroachment, rear deck area, east side yard setback, and west side yard setback. On file material from the applicant, comments from community planning and transportation. And we have our agent with us in person. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, member of the committee. My name is Mehran Haidari from PMP Design Group, 1090 Don Mills Road, Unit 402.
Right. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they'd like a presentation. Sir, I understand there might be some modifications based on discussions with the community planning.
Yes. Yeah, variance number 3 about the sidewall height. We are changing from 8.94 to 8 meter. And the variance number 5 about the finished first floor height. It's changed from 1.96 meter to 1.55 meter. And also we are okay with the tying the site plan to the decision based on the staff recommendation.
All right. Colleagues, do we need a presentation on this? Do we have questions? All right, it doesn't appear we need a presentation.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, we'll take this into committee. Yes, Mr.
Through you,
Marziali.
Mr. Chair, I don't have any difficulty with this application. I think it meets the 4 test as amended. So if my colleagues don't have any further comment, I can put forward a motion to approve this application as amended. So variance number 3 to be reduced to 8.00 and variance number 5 to be reduced to 1.55 and also condition number 3 of the planning staff report.
All right, do I have a seconder? Mr. Bartolo, all in favor? All right, that carries. The motion is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, item number 15, 5800 Young Street. Purpose of the application is to increase the heights of the podium elements of the building and the daycare building and to reduce the required vehicular parking rate for residential uses. This application was deferred on June 12th, 2025. 2 variances related to height and 1 related to parking on file material from the applicant. I see comments from transportation, community planning, and correspondence with the counselor. All right. We have our agent with us. Welcome. Your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Nev Adams, and I'm a partner at Bousfields. Our office is located at 3 Church Street, Suite 200 in the city of Toronto, M5E 1A9.
All right. I'm going to ask my colleagues whether or not they require a presentation. It seems like you've had some discussion with community planning.
I have a presentation if you want me to do it.
I'd be lying if I said I did. But I do thank you for coming prepared today and coming down in person.
Yeah, of course.
These hearings, as you can see, we've got a lot of items to deal with, and sometimes some items take a long time. So
Understood.
try to move it as quickly as possible. Okay, it doesn't appear we need a presentation. I don't have any requests. If it's all right with you, we take this into committee. All right. All right, moving into committee now. Oh, Mr. Bartolo, sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries, Mr. Chair. Yeah, in reviewing the application, I think we can see the work and what's transpired over time, and it's aligned with the policy of the city and the communications with the planning department. I don't have any issues with this application, so I'll move to approve this application. Subject that the proposal be developed substantially in accordance with the revised zoning bylaw. Height schedule submitted to the Committee of Adjustment dated August 21st, 2025, attached as attachment number 1 to the staff report dated September 11th, 2025.
All right, do I have a seconder? Mr. Marziali, all in favor? All right, that's unanimous. That is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Item 16, 1000 Carl Hall Road. No, we're going to keep it in our regular time slot. Okay, the purpose of the application is to permit a manufacturing use within the proposed one-story building. 3 variances: use, height, and GFA, on-file material from the applicant, comments from Metrolinx, and as well the previous package material that we have on file. We have our agent with us.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. This is Emily Reisman with Urban Strategies at 197 Spadina, Suite 600 in Toronto, M5T2C8.
All right. I'm going to ask my colleagues whether or not they have any questions or they'd like a presentation. Questions, comments? Ready to go to committee? All right. To our applicant, it looks like we don't require a presentation. If it's all right with you, I'll take this into committee.
No problem.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's take this into committee now. No problem. Mr. Martieri?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it appears that this application, the applicant worked with the city staff. I don't see any negative comment from planning and also transportation, so I would like to put forward a motion to approve with no condition.
All right, do I have a second or second by Mr. Vazzelli? All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. That's approved.
Thank you.
Item 17, 9 Sandfield Road. The purpose of the application is to construct an ancillary building in the rear yard, more specifically a pool house. 3 variances before us: lot coverage of an ancillary building, height of an ancillary building, and lot coverage. On file material from the applicant: 2 letters of objection from number 11 and number 12 Sandfield. Do we have our agent or applicant with us?
Yes, my name is Nafisa Zangiabadi, 30 Apple Orchard Path, Thornhill, L3T3B6.
All right, ma'am, we're going to ask for a presentation. We do have some opposition from area residents. Let's get the clock up, and whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Sure. This is an application to construct a rear yard pool house, and we're asking for 2 variances, one for increase in the area, and the other one is for the height. The increase in the area is minimal, is less than 1%, is only 0.09%. So instead of 5%, we're asking for 5.9. And then the increase in the height, and that 0.9% has been added to the coverage of the building as per zoning bylaw. So that's why the variance of the coverage is also included in the list of the variances. And then we have the variance of the height. We're asking for a little bit increase in the height in order to match the roof of the pool house with the main building. However, the roof has been recessed for about 4 feet on all 4 sides, and it's a curved shape. So basically the impact on the surrounding is minimal. Staff had no concern with this application, and we're adequately set back from rear yard and the side yard setback about 3 meter from the rear and 4 meter from the side. I believe this application meets the fourth test, and it's just a little bit minor increase in the area. I'd like to ask for an approval of this application, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions at this time? Okay, we do have another speaker. We have that speaker online.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So do I get 5 minutes or how
Yeah,
long do I get?
you sure do. Before you get going, please give us your name and your address for the record.
Sure. My name is Andrew Giblon. Now I'm here representing my mother, Beverly Giblon, who lives at 15 Sandfield Road. I have power of attorney for her. She's almost 90 years old. So do you need my living address or just the fact that I represent her at that address?
No, that's fine. You're representing, the address you're representing is just fine. Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Okay, I don't have a presentation. I'm going to give 1 minute of background and then my questions and position. I lived on Sandfield for 25 years. My parents lived there for 60 years. My father passed away, but my mother still lives there. As I said, she's almost 90 years old. So I'm very familiar with the street. When we moved in there, Winfield's farm, owned by E.P. Taylor, bordered on the backyard, and Sandfield was a dead-end street. So I'm talking about an earlier era. The reason I bring it up is that I recognize that there's progress over time. Sandfield has been extended to much longer. There are streets that were built behind it. New houses are being built, bungalows torn down, and two-story houses are being built all the time on that street. And I have no concerns about any of that as long as it fits within the bylaws. My questions or concerns are, how big is big enough? How much is enough? You know, if a 4 meter high pool house isn't enough, why 5 meters? You know, at that point, maybe it can be seen from next door or 2 doors down. I'm just concerned that what is the need? What's the purpose of it? For example, is this pool house being built big enough that in-laws might be living there at some point, or that larger pool parties would be held and so forth? So I'm questioning what's the need to go above and beyond what's already allowed by the bylaws. I hope that makes sense. I would prefer to keep it as close as possible to the current bylaws and the current flavor of the street. Oh, I'll also mention that there are other things going around there at the top of the street. There are new townhouses that were built where houses were torn down. So there's a lot that's going on to change. And I guess my position is I'd like to try to limit it to what's allowed, not above and beyond what's allowed. I think I'll stop at that point. I hope I've made my position clear.
All right, thank you. Questions? Mr. Margeri?
Just want a neighbor to clarify. You are 2 houses away, right? You're not immediate neighbor.
Correct. So it's 15. There is no 13 Sandfield, I guess because of superstition. So this is 9. You've got a letter from Melanie Bogarach, who is at 11 Sandfield.
Okay.
And then my mother lives at 15 Sandfield, which is next door.
Okay. I can see that. There's no 13. Okay.
Yep.
And you think these variances are affecting you?
I'm somewhere between not in favor and wanting to understand why. I think that they have a high potential to affect my mother's use and enjoyment of her house by gradually eroding the character of the neighborhood by, you know, if she's in a certain size house, their next door neighbor's house is twice as big. Now these new houses are going to be even bigger and taking higher percentages of lots and even taller than originally allowed. And I guess, at what point is enough enough? These, by the way, these are extremely large lots. These lots are 100 feet wide and 160 feet deep. So these are twice, 2 to 3 times as wide as a typical Toronto lot, and 50 to 100% deeper than a typical Toronto lot. So it's not as if there isn't already a huge, huge amount of land for houses to be built, and pools and pool houses.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other further questions? Okay, let's turn it back to our agent, give them an opportunity to respond to some of the concerns that were raised by one of the neighbors.
Sure. So first of all, this pool house is not directly affecting number 11 because the pool itself is adjacent to that property. And then I have to clarify that if you see the floor plans, there is no living space in that floor plan. So obviously no one's going to live there as a living space. It's going to be a pool house. I just want to clarify that and confirm that. And as for the height, as I mentioned, the only reason that we ask for an increase in height limitation is that we wanted to match the design with the house. And we also take into account that the height might affect the neighbors. So that's why we just reset 4 feet from each side. If you look at the floor plans, the roof itself is recessed 4 feet from all 4 walls, and it's in a curved shape. So basically it's not pretty visible from either sides. It won't have any impact of the neighbors because of the shape and because it's smaller, in fact, from the entire structure. And we have talked to staff, they had no concern about this. They think this is within the character of the neighborhood. And as I said, we had adequate setback from the sides. So there's enough distance from both neighbors. So I believe this design was done in a way that doesn't impact any of the neighbors. And we're just only asking for the height variance. As I said, area increase is about 0.9%. Basically 5% is permitted. So it's pretty minor increase in the area, and there's no landscaping variance. There's no setback variance, nothing else. So that height increase is just for the design purpose, and we try to minimize the impact through recessing the roof inside for 4 feet.
Sorry, I missed the last part of that.
The increase in the height just for the design purpose to match the roof with the roof of the main building, and we had the roof recessed inside 4 feet from each wall. So the roof itself is way smaller than the structure.
Okay. Any questions? All right, let's take this into committee now. All right, maybe I'll get us started. I think in combination of the lot coverage and the height of the ancillary building, it's raising some concerns for me. Just I think there was a comment made about trying to match the height of the ancillary building to that of a portion of the main building. I think that sort of misses the point of an ancillary building. It's supposed to read as a secondary structure to the primary building. I'm not sure I take the applicant's submission that 5 meters height is not going to be impactful in a backyard. And to the neighbor's comment about the lot size, they're very big lots. And if I just look at the site plan, I think I'd be more amenable if the pool house was kind of pushed towards the back of a lot, but in this case, they've already built a pretty substantial building on the lot, and now we're just sort of infilling at this point. I'm not sure. I mean, I could be supportive of the additional lot coverage, but I think that combined with 5 meters in height on that ancillary building seems a little much. I'm also looking at the adjacency of the backyard or the rear yard, and there's not much setback of the building at the rear yard to the rear property line. So I don't know. It might stick out a lot. Perhaps my colleagues feel differently. Yeah, like I look at the lot coverage, 36.82 or 25 is permitted.
May
Nope,
explain on that?
nope. Sorry, we're in committee.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bartolo, yeah.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Like, the height seems a bit much for an ancillary building. And I understand the kind of architectural feature or setback nature of it. It's not even that it doesn't look good, it's just tall.
Yeah.
Right? And it seems like the whole application is not because there's a constraint on the property, it's just because we're trying to maximize the size of it and get as much out of it as we can. So I do sympathize with the neighbor or the son of the neighbor who said, you know, essentially, I'm paraphrasing, but why can't they keep in with the bylaw? This is just an application just because. And I'm not strictly opposed to granting additional coverage or height or what have you. We do that regularly, but on balance, it just seems it's just a little bit too much in all directions, in my opinion. So I'll leave it at that for now.
I think it's the site plan that gets me, because it's essentially infilling the majority of that yard on the side. You've got a setback at the rear, you've got a setback between the house and the... So you just think of like what the effect is of that massing. I think if the lots had been, sometimes we see some really deep lots and they'll you know, you'll see these larger ancillary structures towards the back. They have less of an impact. But in this case, the proximity of the ancillary structure to the primary building and the adjacent buildings on the adjacent lots is closer than I would like to see for 5 meters and a 36 point lot coverage where 25 is asked for. But perhaps it's not to say that the application doesn't have any merit at all. Not to say that the lot couldn't support ancillary structure. I just don't know that one of this size would be appropriate. Mr. Schwartz?
I don't know why I'm not really that fussed with this, but it doesn't really bother me, I guess because I grew up in Don Mills.
You're used to this?
Yeah, it's just another Don Mills
Fair
thing,
enough.
so it's not a big deal to me. But hey, you guys don't like it, fine. I'm not gonna get all heated, but I would have gone with it.
Yeah, I think looking at the site plan, I think it's big. I mean, like if it was just like lot coverage and the two coverage variances, I would support it. But the combination of, you know, it's just 3 variances. Usually we don't have difficulty with this type of application. But when I look at the site plan, it's huge. I mean, like it's almost like 1/3 of the backyard. So.
Yeah, on a lot that's already quite big to begin
a
with.
lot that is already, exactly. This is just a big lot, so.
Maybe partial consideration of a partial or a modified approval.
I can try.
Sure.
So I put forward a motion to approve variance 1 and 3 and refuse variance 2.
I'd be willing to support that. Do I have a seconder for that? Mr. Vizzelli, all in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Application is approved as modified, the application is approved in part number 1-3 with a refusal of variance number 2. All right. Item number 18, 173 Woburn Avenue. The purpose of this application is to construct a new 2-story ancillary building, laneway suite specifically, with integral garage in the rear yard of the property. Variances for soft landscaping area, rear yard setback, a variance related to angular planes, and the omission of bicycle parking. On file, material from the applicant, a letter of concern from 152 and 177 Woburn Avenue. We have our agent or applicant with us.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Nick Sacconi. I'm the owner of 173 Woburn Avenue. I reside at 103 Glenlong Avenue in Toronto, Ontario, with a postal code of M6B to M4.
All right. Sir, I see some opposition from some of your neighbors. I'm going to ask for a presentation from you. I will give you the floor. Staff will get the 5 minutes up whenever you're ready.
Sure, thank you very much. As you guys know, these laneway houses back in 2018, 2019 was adopted by City Council in, I guess, an effort to combat this housing crisis we have on our hands. This particular lot fits all the criterias for the laneway house. It's accessed by a rear laneway, and it serves as a gentle density in an area where this council adoption was seated fit. The variance I'm asking today is 4 variances, one of which is landscape area variance. So the landscape open area variance, the minute you provide any accessory building in the back of these lots, you almost immediately don't meet the 85%. I'm currently asking for, I have 52.7% of soft area. And majority of the lots in my neighbors, my neighbors, they're heavily not sodded. There's big decks and concrete walkways and outdoor living spaces. So beside my laneway house, I just have one walkway going straight to my steps. All the rest is sodded area. The second variance I'm seeking is a rear yard setback of 0.39. Now, it may be read a little bit different. So the rear yard is basically the laneway side, not my house, not toward the rear of my property. It's the laneway. And I'm basically in line with my neighbor at 175 Woburn. They have an accessory building, and I'm basically in line with them. So I'm not any further out toward the laneway, nor am I further back where it starts. So that's the number 2 variance. Number 3 variance is an angular plane. If this was a flat roof design, I would not have this variance. So since I have kind of like a little mansard, it just cuts the top of the mansard, and I believe it's on the elevations that I provided the Committee of Adjustment, and it's barely just cuts it. So yeah, if you keep scrolling down, you'll see it. To the plans. Yep. Sorry, if you go to the next side elevation. Right there, the one that's all in clouded. So you could see where it cuts at the top of the building. So the line that goes up vertically, that's the limit from my rear yard. So that's where that's the minimum rear yard setback to the house. So as you could see, I have still plenty of room from where the minimum is to where my actual wall is, but that angular plane just cuts the top of that roof. Again, if this would be a flat roof design, I probably wouldn't cut that plane. And my last variance is bicycle parking. In theory, I have bicycle parking in the garage. So the laneway, the suite is above, and below is the actual garage. So in theory, I have bicycle parking in my garage. I just didn't notate it on my plans, and hence the variance for 0 bicycle parking. If you guys have any other question, I know I read the objection letter regarding a tree. Just so you guys know, the tree was approved to be removed by council in lieu of this application form to get a laneway suite. So I did get council approval to remove the tree, and then I did get a forestry permit to remove the tree. I did pay my in lieu trees. I satisfied everything city forestry needed to remove that tree. That's all done. If you have any questions, I'm glad to answer them.
All right, thank you. Questions? Mr. Marjari?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question. The rear deck and walkout is already existed, so it's already constructed?
Yeah, exactly. I have a permit to construct this home. At the time of submitting for the application for my new home, we weren't sure what we were doing in the back as of yet. So we wanted to get started on the construction. Mind you, this laneway suite does not, like, I'm not over a percentage of coverage or GFA or FSI. I'm within my side yard setbacks. I'm within my, I guess, my front yard or rear yard setbacks from the house. So I comply with all setbacks, like minus the front, what is known as the front yard, which is the laneway side. So yeah, that deck and all that's have already been approved at the city, and I'm almost finished construction of the home.
Okay, thanks.
Any more
And I believe
questions?
it was a previous decision already, like it was on the file.
Well, we can see that.
All right, no other questions? Okay, staff, just confirm we don't have anybody online? No. Okay, let's take this into committee. Oh, Mr. Bartolo?
Yeah, I can start us off if you want there, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
When I look at this, I mean, numerically, the change from 85 to 52.75% soft landscaping, it's numerically, like when you look at that, it seems like a lot, right? But when I evaluate the site plan, I look at everything, it's a very narrow lot, it's a tight urban neighborhood, and it's not triggering a lot of other setbacks. So they're kind of building within their envelope. And I think the only way to allow some of these laneway suites to exist is to, well, through committees just like this, is to give some grace and allow them to move forward, even though numerically some of the things may not be as we'd like to see them. So when I think about it on balance of providing an additional dwelling unit on existing infrastructure on an existing lot, we're having to sacrifice a little bit of soft landscaping to achieve that. I think that's a sacrifice that is appropriate and we're willing to make, and I'm not too concerned about the balance of the variances, so I would support this application.
Okay. Motion?
Yeah, I can put forward a motion to approve this application.
All right, do I have a seconder? Mr. Fazeli, all in favor? Okay, Mr. Allison opposed. The motion carries. The application is approved. All right, moving along. Number 19, 700 to 716 Shepherd Avenue West. The purpose of the application is to permit shared parking between residential, visitor, and retail uses. One variance related to the stated purpose. On file material from the applicant and a letter from Councillor Pasternak. We have our agent with us.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, my name is Barbara Yagu, planner at Humphreys Planning Group, located on 190 Pippin Road, Vaughan, Ontario.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask my colleagues whether or not they'd like a presentation on this item. I'm seeing heads shake. It doesn't appear we need a presentation. We do have another speaker, though. I presume Councillor Pasternak is in support. We have him online. All right. Does he want to speak?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good
Members of the
afternoon,
committee,
Councillor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, no, thank you very much. I just wanted to lend my voice to the support of this application. Sharing of parking between retail or commercial and residential is becoming a trend across the city. It's becoming quite common in the area that I represent. Of course, Yorkdale has 1,000 commuter parking spots, which are also shared with commercial businesses during off hours. And we're building a residential development, a housing now development at 50 Wilson Heights, in which probably about 200 parking spots will be shared between commuters and residences. This is the kind of thing where parking scarcity throughout the city needs a solution. And the solution is to share parking between the various entities that need it. In this case, residential and of course commercial. So if organized in a thoughtful way, it's set out in a thoughtful way, as this seems to be, with designated hours, it looks as if it's a very workable solution. And I think both residences and their visitors, as well as the commercial entities that are on the site as well, will both benefit from it. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks in favor of this variance, and I hope members of the committee concur.
All right, thank you, Councillor. All right, we have our agent. Let's get our agent back.
I just want to have a question from Councillor Pasternak, if he can just get the heat turned up here in the North York Civic Center. It's freezing.
Oh my gosh, we were just there, and I didn't need my parka, but certainly we can look into that. I will contact facilities.
Thank you, Councillor. You can see we've got our jackets on here in the chambers. All right, let's go. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Let's go back to our agent. I just want to ask there's nobody here in the gallery to speak to this item, and staff, we don't have anybody online. All right, to our agent, if it's all right with you, it looks like we can take this matter into committee.
Yes, that's fine.
All right, okay, let's go into committee. Yes, Mr. Merciari.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it's a straightforward application and it has support from the council, and I think it meets the 4 tests. So I put forward a motion to approve this application.
All right, do I have a second? Second by Mr. Schwartz. All in favor? That's unanimous. That motion carries. That application is approved. All right, item 20, 7 VEERY Place. Purpose of the application is to construct a new front porch and to convert the existing porch into an enclosed mudroom entrance. 1 variance for front yard setback on file, material from the applicant, and some notes from community planning. We have our agent with us.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair and the committee members. My name is Tariq Afridi. Address is 3742 Forest Bluff Crescent. I am representing here this application.
All right,
It's,
sir. Just hold on there. I'm going to ask my colleagues whether or not they would like to hear a presentation on this item. I see not. The time is yours, but if it's all right with you, it looks like we're ready to move into committee for a decision on this.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go into committee.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair.
Mhm.
I'd like to forward a motion, if there are no comments from the colleagues, for approval of this application. I think there's a condition that I'd like to add in there. Just bear with me, please. Yes, that the proposal be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan / zoning stats drawing submitted to the Committee of Adjustment, attaches attachment number 1 to the report dated September 18, 2025.
All right. Do I have a seconder, Mr. Marziari? Thank you. Do all in favor? Unanimous. That application is approved. Item 21, 12 Fordham Place. The purpose of the application here is to construct a new two-story detached dwelling, one variance for side yard setback, on file material from the applicant, and a letter of objection from a Mr. Solway. We have our agent or applicant with us.
Hi there, Lindsay Bruce, applicant for the owners.
Ms. Bruce, we do have some neighbors here in opposition. I would like to hear a presentation. So staff, got the 5 minutes up on the screen, and whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Perfect. I did submit a PowerPoint presentation, if that could be pulled up.
Yes, of course. Staff will pull that up for you.
Great. Okay. Good afternoon. Sorry. This is Lindsay Bruce, SANDFIELD Design Studio. Address is 15 Colburn Street, Hamilton, L8R2G2. So I am representing the owners of 12 Fordham Place. Today we are seeking a variance to reduce the westerly side yard setback to the existing foundation wall. So as some background, this project was in front of committee in July 2024, where we obtained the 9 variances listed on the slide. This was to facilitate an addition and a renovation of the existing dwelling on the lot. The original proposal was to complete an extensive renovation to the home, keeping the entire foundation to reduce wasted materials and save on costs. Some main floor walls were to be removed in order to accommodate the newly added living space, as well as new windows and doors. As indicated on the plans and thoroughly reviewed by zoning staff, the original proposal was deemed a renovation, not a new construction. However, once construction began on site, it was evident that the main floor wall on the westerly side was not structurally stable and needed to be rebuilt for the safety and security of the home. The existing exterior wall was made of steel web joists at 3 foot on center, and fiber board, which was in poor condition and does not comply with current building codes. This wall in particular was made weaker by water damage that had resulted from a poorly constructed rear addition. Therefore, this wall was rebuilt. Any additional wall thickness that was added by the newly constructed wood-framed wall was absorbed into the building envelope, while the exterior side of the wall stayed in the same location, not extending any closer to the property line. As with any renovation, it's difficult to tell what's behind the walls until the demolition commences, and unfortunately, the decision was made on site to remove the wall without first seeking a permit revision. However, it is my understanding that the inspector had no issues at the time, and the contractors removed the wall and over the course of the next few days rebuilt the wall as previously noted. Subsequently, and after a call from the neighbor, the inspector requested that they obtain a permit revision to reflect the change. In the process of reviewing the revision, zoning staff flagged that the reconstructed wall would not meet the required 1.8 meter setback, as it was no longer deemed existing legal nonconforming. At that time, plans were updated, a revised permit was issued on May 7th, and the main floor wall was rebuilt at the required 1.8 meter setback. A few weeks later, zoning staff flagged that because of more than 50% of the walls had been removed, the new permit should have been deemed a demo rebuild and no longer a renovation. The building permit was revoked, again, by the building department, and we subsequently submitted a brand new permit application for a new build, which was issued on May 29th. A few months later, zoning staff called our office to let us know that they had a complaint that the side yard setback was not being complied with. Upon further examination of the plan, zoning staff determined that they had made an error in the last review. They determined that because the permit was for new construction, that the portion of the original basement wall that remained on site no longer complied, and they revoked the permit for the 3rd time. The 1.8 meter setback applies to any above grade structures, as you know, and because the foundation wall is partially located above grade, which is to avoid water damage in the basement, it is deemed to not comply at its current 1.28 meter setback. As you can imagine, this has been quite an ordeal for our clients. They are not developers or investors trying to flip and make a profit. They're investing in this home and neighborhood, and they'd like to be able to continue on the project on site with no further issues or delays. For the last year and a half, they have followed the city's processes with multiple zoning reviews, committee hearings, and permit revisions, and have done so with no malicious intent, as otherwise stated by the neighbor. Mr. Solway was given opportunity to participate last year when our staff canvassed the neighborhood to gain support for the application. And at that time, he did refuse to speak to our team, so we weren't able to address any of his concerns at that time or explain the proposal that we had put forth to the committee. Even still, the committee heard the presentation and granted variances for the proposed build form. So sorry, we're going through the slides here, but so there was a slide number 3 that has a rendering on the left-hand side, which is the same exact render that was presented. Yep, this one here. So the one on the left is the same render that was presented last year. Nothing has changed except for that one wall was pushed back, which is on the side that you can't tell from the front. And then the right-hand side is a photograph from site just showing the committee that it is under construction and it has been somewhat delayed for the last 4 months due to these issues. So on the next slide, to reiterate, we're here seeking a variance for the west side yard setback to be 1.8 where 1.28 where 1.8 is required. As you can see on the front elevation, the existing foundation wall extends approximately 3 feet above grade, which will be even less after the final grading and landscaping is complete. There is sufficient space down the side yard for drainage, and no trees are impacted by this existing condition. There are also no negative impacts on the neighboring lot and no visual impact from the streetscape. Just for context, the owners do intend to use the small ledge that will remain as a planter box, which will soften the appearance of this wall and make it look like it's a landscape feature. And as a side note, landscape features are permitted as a side yard encroachment in the bylaw, provided that the planter itself does not extend below grade. So from what you see on site, visually, it would be a permitted encroachment. On this slide here with the setbacks, it's an overhead view of the site and the setbacks on the western side. The foundation wall requiring the variance was shown in blue, but it's black and white on here, but it's the furthest most left on the side of the house there.
Just be mindful of the clock.
Okay. Yep, the second floor is pushed back even further. So this slide is just to show that the impact is very minimal on the site. Yeah, okay. So it's our opinion that this proposal meets the intent of the bylaw and the official plan. We did not receive any staff comments for today's hearing. We believe that the variance is minor and very technical in nature, and given the historical data and existing conditions on site, we believe the application meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Bartolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Just for clarity's sake, so if we rewind time, you are going to use the existing foundation wall and build on top of that, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then that was structurally unsound, so you had to replace that foundation wall with a new foundation wall. That's correct?
No, the foundation wall remained. The foundation was in great condition. It was the main wall above that foundation wall.
Okay, so that wall had to be demolished and was replaced with a new wall in the exact same location as the old wall. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you were permitted to move forward previously because it was an existing condition, but because you removed the wall and replaced it, even though it's in the same position, because it's new, it's now a variance. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, so the reason that it is no longer compliant is that when we remove that wall, the amount of the main floor walls that were removed went above the 50% threshold,
right,
which then deemed it as a new construction and no longer a rebuild.
I understand. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Any other questions? Okay, we do have another speaker. I see 2 speakers. Anybody in person on this item? No. Okay, staff online?
Through you, Mr. Chair, may I unmuted Michael Solway?
Hello.
Michael, sorry, you're muted. You can speak.
Hello? Okay. Leave my comments to myself.
I believe he said that he's not going to speak.
I'm sorry?
I believe he said that he's not going to speak.
Okay, very well. We have another speaker? No, okay, great. All right, questions then. Go back. We don't have any questions for agent or applicant. It looks like we're ready to take this into committee. All right, let's move this into committee now. Mr. Bartolo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, listen, this seems to just be exacerbated by an existing condition that was not able to be retained. I don't see any issues. I think it's very minor and meets the 4 tests. Therefore, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application.
All right, second by Mr. Vizzelli. All in favor? That's unanimous. That application is approved. All right. Item 22, 150 Roselawn Avenue. Yes? All right, the purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a 2-story rear addition in conjunction with changes to the front yard landscaping. On file, variances for building length, building depth, front yard soft landscaping, stair encroachment towards an east lot line, eave projection, and FSI. On file, material from the applicant and a letter of concern from 154 Roselawn Avenue. We have our agent with us.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the owner online and she's unmuted, Liming Shu.
Oh, yeah, maybe my agent is not here now, but so we are still discussing with the city planner to change some of our front yard design, and we have made an agreement that we will defer our committee meeting to October 23rd and coming to request for it.
All right, thank you. We have another speaker online.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Your name and address,
Yeah.
please.
So I'm the owner at the 150. Well, I'm the son of the owner on 154 Roselawn Avenue. My mom, Nicole Babylin, is the owner. Bought that house back in 1996. Yeah, I wrote it all down. My main issue with
Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
What's your name? What's your name, sir?
Cyprian Tech.
All right, sir. The agent has requested deferral of the matter to another date
Yeah.
so that they can work on the application. I presume to
Yeah, okay.
improve some of the variances. Do you have any objection with that request for deferral?
I don't have it not for now. I guess we could talk about it, what their changes are.
Okay. I might also ask, you did come, you did show up today. You have written in with some concerns. I might also ask to our agent that's listening that if a deferral is granted, that they reach out to you and see if they can resolve some of the concerns that you might have in advance of the next hearing. Is that a possibility?
That's fine. Yeah, if we communicate with us, it's not a problem.
All right. All right. Thank you. Let's go back to the agent.
Yeah.
We got to go back to the agent. He gets final say.
So the agent is not here. I'm the owner, but I'm happy to communicate with my neighbor to know what's their concern and to try to work with agent to discuss how to resolve it.
Fantastic. All right, let's move this into committee. We get a motion for deferral. Mr. Bartolo?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will put forward a motion to defer this application to allow the applicant to make revisions and recirculate.
Yeah. Hopefully get that soft yard landscaping up a little bit on the front yard. Trying to help here. All right. The seconder, Mr. Fazeli. All in favor? Unanimous. That deferral request is granted. Thank you very much. Item 23, 49 PLEWES Road. If I pronounce that correctly. The purpose of the application is to legalize and permit the existing ancillary building, cabana with covered lounge area, pool and landscaping in the rear yard. Variance for soft landscaping and lot coverage on file, material from the applicant, as well as correspondence with community planning. All right, we have our agent with us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members. My name is Enzo Lacasano from RHTWG, located at 1245 Caledonia Road, Suite 202 in Toronto.
All right, sir, I presume you have been in some discussion with community planning.
Yes, we have.
Okay, so you're aware that they've put a recommendation. Yes. Okay, so I will ask for a presentation. We'll get the 5 minutes up, and the floor is
So,
yours.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make a point. We just received approval from planning. We did send an email through. He sent it through via email because we've increased the variance. Number one, we've increased it to 40% landscaping. But I was notified by committee that the material is late. So if the chair will not accept the email as approval from planning, then we kind of have no choice but to defer this application.
Staff, I think we don't have any opposition to this item. Nobody online.
Can we see the email?
Would it be possible to, I'm willing to allow it only because there isn't anybody else here to speak to it, and it looks like the opposition was coming from
If you have the staff.
city itself, and if they are, they have changed their opinion, I just want to. Yeah, you can. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we don't have a copy of an updated email from community planning staff. However, we do have an email from the applicant that was submitted today, is my understanding.
Okay. Let's get the applicant back.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chair. I sent it to Mr. Apostolos, who I believe is there in the meeting.
Just give us a moment. I have to.
Sure.
We're putting staff on the spot.
No, I know.
But I'm trying to.
Because I don't want you to sort of take my word saying that planning did approve it.
Yeah, fair enough.
I want you to see that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, we need the actual email from the community planning staff, not from the applicant. So that's the problem.
That's what I sent them. I did send.
Yeah,
I did send them Adam's email.
I know you sent Adam's email, but we need the actual email from the community planning, like from the planner.
Which I did. I forwarded it to you. He sent it to me, and I forwarded it to you.
No, that's
I
just.
can do that again.
That's just part of it. We need the actual email. You send the part of it.
Yes. No. I sent you the whole thing. I'll send it to you again. I'll send it right now. Here it is. It's from Adam.
That's all right. Just give us them a moment to pull it up.
Mr. Chair. No. Mr. Chair, if you want to hold this down for one more.
Well, you're the last item of the 4 p.m. slot, so.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm optimistic we can get that email sent, sir, if you don't mind, maybe resend it.
I did. I just sent it to him again.
All right, just give them a moment. It's kind of, it's not fair
Absolutely.
to staff to put them on the spot like this, but we're
No,
going to do
I
our best to
agree. I
accommodate.
agree. This is a favor to us. And again, I don't want to burn resources by deferring this application because it seems pointless.
So the other part of this too is you're.
Sir, through Mr. Chair, sorry, that's what I received from the applicant. So it's not the actual email from the planning.
No, I did resend it to Apostolos. I just resent it to you. I just forwarded the email he sent me.
Well,
there you go.
All right, let's get that blown up. While staff is pulling that up, my understanding is, yes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now it's the actual email from the planner.
Ah, very good. All right, let's take a quick look at that.
And Mr. Chair, I also have the new numbers for you as well with regards to the 40%.
All right. Okay, so we've got two options here for agent. We can proceed with the information that we have up on screen and the modifications today, or you have the option to defer. It seems like my colleagues should ask first. Do we? Is there any concern for presentation, or are we willing to accept the?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think we can review this right now all together as a panel members, and based on the new numbers that the applicant is providing to us.
All right. You've heard from my colleague, Mr. Fazeli. I'm willing to. I'm willing to allow the email, just given that we don't have any direct opposition to this file. Can you?
Appreciate that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
No problem. Can we just pull up the public? We've got the public notice. Can you just let us know what modifications are being made?
Yes.
All right.
So item number one, the variance number 1, the percentage will be now 40%. At 103.58 square meters.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. Mr. Bartolo?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the applicant, I understand this is to legalize an existing ancillary building. How did this happen in the first place? Like, why are we where we are right now?
The issue was the pool house. He was told that he didn't need a permit to construct a pool house since it was less than 150 square feet. But nobody told him that it had to actually meet the bylaw. Well, when he built it, and again, he met the setbacks, but he was unaware that it put him over in coverage. And then again, it sort of piggybacked onto the landscape portion. Again, he was also under the idea that the permeable pavers that he did use, again, that's required by code around the pool, what would be considered as soft landscaping. So it was really more of the owner being misled and misinformed.
So if I'm tracking on this correctly, he builds a cabana that's under 150 square feet doesn't require a building permit, but
Right.
doesn't take into consideration that it may trigger other variances on the planning and site plan side. Is that fair to say?
Well, yeah, but he did go as far as to make sure the setbacks were met, but nobody triggered the coverage portion of it. Because he did maintain plenty of setback to meet the bylaw, and the height. He was actually told about the height and the setbacks, but nobody, I guess, led him to the coverage.
And who had, like, how did this get picked up? The building inspector came by and.
Yeah, yeah. Well, he said, let's get a permit for this. Because it got triggered because of the pool enclosure.
I see. Okay.
So because we did the original house a few years ago, so when we were informed of this contravention, then we created a drawing for the pool house and went in for zoning, and these two variances came up.
I see.
Again, the landscape one is not an issue. We can do that. With regards to coverage, this is all existing right now. Again, as staff can see on the photos.
Right. So, and I see that you've amended the landscape to 40%, but what
Correct.
Your comment that you just made that said we can do that, does that mean
Yes.
you can meet the bylaw and eliminate variance number 1?
No, we can meet the 40% because, again, as you can see, the pool deck requires the hard deck around the pool. That's part of a code requirement. So we can increase the soft landscaping to 40% without major disruption to the layout it is now.
Yeah, I just try and get to the bottom of it because
Yes, yeah, I
I'm
understand.
sympathetic for people who make honest mistakes or who had bad information and proceeded, but I'm not very sympathetic to people who just go ahead and do things and then try and get it approved after the fact. So,
No. And again, as you can see, like this client has really gone, I think, above and beyond, like with the landscaping and the amount of money he spent on the trees to reinstate what was probably there originally.
yeah, it's not so much a question for me of does it look good
Yeah.
or is it of good quality. It's
Right.
What did they know when and what are the intentions behind something?
And with all due respect, I think like getting 40% soft landscaping out of a smaller backyard like this is very reasonable.
Yeah, fair enough. My questions are complete there.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Murphy.
That's a quick question because we don't have an updated site plan. So what is your strategy to increase the landscaping by 8%? Almost.
So I did send a sketch that staff just had up on the screen. It was red marked.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it was filed today. The plan is referring
Yes,
to.
that's correct. Right there. So there's 15 square meters in front of the garage door area. And then if you pull it down just a bit further, there's another 7 square meters beside the covered terrace, which we can put sod. These are easy fixes.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? All right. Okay. I think we can take this into committee now. Okay, let's move this into committee. Mr. Bartolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not hugely in favor of the numerical value of some of this here, but I am going to take the applicant at their word based on the explanation that was provided to me. And I think in absolute terms, and like the number of square meters that we're talking about here is fairly minimal. So there's no damage to the neighborhood. It's not like the sky is not falling. So numerically, I'm not the happiest about it, but I'm going to accept the explanation. and I'm prepared to support the application.
Sure. Yeah,
Yeah,
certainly
okay.
it helps to see some landscaping
Yeah.
in that soft yard area to help,
So
I guess,
to-
mitigate the impact as well.
I can put forward a motion if we're ready.
Sure,
All
go
right,
ahead.
To that effect, I'll submit a motion to approve this application subject to variance number 1 being increased to 40% soft landscaping.
All right, do I have a seconder? Marchiari, all in favor? That's unanimous. For the record, Mr. Schwartz is absent. Okay, that concludes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have a good afternoon.
You as well, you as well. That concludes our 2 p.m. session. Let's take a 5-minute relief break. The time is 4:12. We'll resume at 4:18 with our 4 p.m. time slot. And thank you, everybody. We've made up some good time in the last 2 hours. All right, we're back. Okay. We are on our 4 p.m. Time slot. Moving on to item number 24. Just give us a moment here. Okay, item number 24. For our 4 p.m. time slot, perhaps let's deal with the deferral requests first. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do we have any deferral requests for the 4 p.m. time slot?
Yes, we do. It's actually the first item, item number 24, 115 Sandringham Drive.
Great. 115 Sandringham Drive. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by enlarging the rear covered porch. One variance for lot coverage requested. On file material from the applicant, letters of concern from number 17 and number 19 Marchwood Drive, as well as 113 Sandringham Drive. We have our agent or applicant with us.
Good afternoon, committee. Jonathan Minskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Welcome back, Mr. Benkowski. I understand you're requesting a deferral.
Yes, I'd like to discuss the proposal with the adjacent neighbor. I did review the letter that was submitted, and I did want to clarify a couple of things with the neighbor and maybe talk about some mitigation measures that might be proposed to alleviate some of their concerns.
All right, thank you. Okay, we have our other speaker. Anybody here on this item? No. All right, online?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Yes. Thank you for giving us the time. I'm the neighbor on 19 Marchwood Drive that shares the back property line with 115 Sandringham Avenue.
Mhm.
And I have some concerns, and I'm also concerned about having a deferral of this hearing right now, given the additional construction that they're currently doing in the backyard.
We get your address. You're on you're number 19 Marchwood, right?
Correct. 19 Marchwood Drive. My name is Bonnie Flatt.
All right. Well, Ms. Flatt, if I understood correctly from Mr. Benkowski, his request for deferral was specifically to address some of the neighbors' concerns. So I'm wondering what kind of forcing a hearing on this item, how that might be beneficial.
So what I heard him say on the phone was that he was going to speak to the neighbor on Sandringham Drive. I didn't hear him mention speaking to the neighbor at 19 Marchwood Drive. The other thing that is a concern for us is that we've recently been told that the backyard the remaining backyard, which is pretty small, is being converted into some kind of a sport court, which means there's going to be no grass. There are no trees in that backyard.
Well,
And
hold on. They do have, there's a bylaw, there's a zoning bylaw they have to comply with, so they can't just take out all the soft landscaping from the backyard. If they do, they're just going to be back here.
correct. And I spoke to the city yesterday and was told that there is no permit for them to be doing what they're doing in the backyard.
All right. It seems like you're taking all of the appropriate steps. A lot of times, some of the files that come to us that are as-built, they're a result of an order to comply that comes from Toronto Building. If what you are putting forth is correct, and they are constructing illegally without a permit, I hope that Toronto Building will take the necessary steps to ensure to get them on the right course. But as for the matter of deferral, are you opposed then to it, or would you be amenable to deferral? And I'm going to allow Mr. Benkowski to speak, but perhaps provide an opportunity for him to have some discussion with you, also being an immediate neighbor at the rear. Is that something that might be beneficial?
I would be amenable to having a discussion with them if they stop doing the work on the sport court right now. And when I spoke to the woman in the city yesterday, she shared with me that I should bring it up at the hearing today. And I guess my big concern is I don't want them to continue doing all this work and then for them to come back and say, well, we didn't know, or whatever reasons they have.
They do know, because this hearing is now part of the public record, and if they want to refute that at a later hearing date, you can reference this hearing. Does that make sense? You did get it on the public record, so it's hard for them to refute at this point, to come back later and say we didn't know, especially if they're going to continue to build after today's date.
Well, they built already beyond what they were given as clearance. And I'm sorry, but I don't really trust them right now.
Yeah.
Right? Like they got the first variance. We didn't do anything about it because we felt, okay, so they want to build a little bit bigger. And then when they went beyond that, and it was only on the inspection that they were told that they had violated it. And now they're doing this sport court without a permit. I just, I'm sorry to say this, but I don't really trust them.
All right. So for the record, you are not in support of a deferral at this time.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. We have another speaker, staff. Yes?
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi there, Mr. Chair and committee. My name is Cheryl Steinberg. I'm representing my husband and I. We live at 113 Sandringham Drive, which is immediately next door to 115 Sandringham. And we also oppose the deferral, deferral. I heard what the representative had to say, but this isn't a matter of solving this huge problem by putting up a privacy screen, which was suggested by the applicant in an unsolicited email we received the other day, which we did not respond to. This matter cannot. I don't see how this matter can be solved by talking. Beyond the requested increase to 39.7% lot coverage, which represents a full 1/3 increase from what is in the zoning rules, the construction, and I can walk you through if the chair.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna stop us there because we're only dealing with a matter of deferral right now. So we have to deal with that first. So you're not in favor of a deferral at this time?
Correct.
Okay, let's leave it there. Members, any questions for either the neighbors that we heard? Okay, let's go back to Mr. Benkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So if I understand correctly, the request for deferral was to give you the opportunity to have some discussion with the neighbors, but it doesn't seem they want to talk to you.
Mr. Chair, I have not tried that. Any previous communication was through the owner itself. It was not it was not done through my office or myself. I'm happy to speak with them. I think it's a positive. I think there's a lot of confusion with what has been said here. I can address some of that stuff if you like, Mr. Chair, but in terms of any construction in the rear yard, they don't require a permit to get a sport ball court in the backyard if it's the 50% landscaping. I'm not saying whether it is or it isn't. I'm not aware of that, but you do not require a building permit to put up a sport court in your rear yard if you comply with the zoning bylaw itself. The application before you today is again for a coverage, and I don't want to get into the rationale, but I would like to have a conversation with the neighbor, because even the letter from the neighbor to the rear speaks to pushing the house further into the rear yard. That is just simply not the case. the house, the rear wall of the dwelling is not all being altered at all.
Okay.
So just maybe to have some confusion cleared up, I think would also help.
All right. Mr. Binkowski, I'm hesitant to kind of go down this path. We had a previous approval on this with a bunch of variances, and that approval is attached to the file. And in that approval, those variances are attached to a site plan. So I raised this with the senior planner. I'm not even sure that the variances that were approved can stand because they don't match the site plan. It's not substantially in accordance with the site plan. So and again, it's not something I can advise on whether or not it's required. It's really for the zoning examiner. But I would perhaps, you are an expert in this. I would consider you to be an expert in this type of planning. I'm not convinced that the previous variances that were approved, especially for length and side yard setback, that those variances can still be valid if you have essentially changed the site plan. But I'll leave that there.
I can speak to that if you like, Mr. Chair. I can't speak to that if you like.
For sure. No.
Okay.
Perhaps I just wanted to sort of flag it for you, whether or not as part of a deferral that, it may come up that you may have to come back for those variances. I don't know. It's really for zoning to determine.
Yes.
My understanding is when I look at this, I immediately thought, because I was a part of the initial approval, I see that the site plan's changed, and I just don't know how those variances can apply to an exacerbated kind of condition where you know what I mean?
Well, how I can speak to that, sir, Mr. Chair, is generally the idea of the substantial compliance with the site plan deals directly with the related variance. Like as you referenced, it would be a side yard setback or a building length. In this instance, there's no alteration to the building length or to any of the side yard setbacks. So in terms of, again, the idea of tying something to the site plan generally relates itself directly to a variance where you can't alter or you can't reappropriate an FSI from one portion to another portion. In this instance, the proposal that's before you is not altering any of the variances that are directly related to that site plan. So there's no additional length being requested. There's no reduction of a side yard setback. The actual proposal is just to extend a roof 12 by 12 of a recessed portion of the dwelling that's already there. So that site plan is essentially not being altered itself because none of the exterior walls are moving or the height being altered.
Okay, so all right. Okay, that's fair. Okay, so colleagues, do we have any questions right now for Mr. Binkowski? We've got a request for deferral. He's hoping to have some discussion with the neighbor.
I have just a quick question.
Yes, Mr. Mazzieri.
I see on the deferral request, it's mentioned that you've been retained recently for this application too. So when did you? When did the client retain you for this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it was on Monday, Mr. Mazzieri.
Okay. Similar to the other
Through
application.
you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mazzieri, it's the same group that was the previous application.
I can see that.
Yes, they contacted me for both, Mr. Mazzieri.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Binkowski. I'll be honest, I don't know what my colleagues are going to proceed on this. We've had some precedent here earlier today. Usually especially when there's a request to further communication with a neighbor, it's usually something we're supportive of, but it's a little unusual for neighbors to come and say that they don't want to have any additional discussion with you. So I'm a little torn there. Perhaps we'll see where my colleagues think. Let's go into committee. Let's address the matter of deferral right now.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I understand the comments from the neighbors. I also understand the request for a deferral. And I've heard your comments in terms of making the changes, if it is possible or not at the same time. At this point, my opinion is more leaning towards putting forward a motion for a deferral. I encourage everyone, all the sides, to use this opportunity to see what they can come up with during these conversations, and the matter can be dealt with the new schedule on that matter. So that's my opinion.
Right. Mr. Margeri.
I agree with my colleague. I think despite the fact that the neighbors are against deferral, I think it benefits them. So I am also supporting the deferral request.
All right.
In this case.
We have a motion.
So I put forward a motion to defer this application so the applicant can talk to both neighbors, both immediate neighbors on the side and also at the back to resolve the issues.
All right. Do I have a second by Mr. Fazeli? All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. The motion for deferral passes. The item is deferred.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 25, I'm going to be stepping out for this item. My fellow member, Mr. Fazeli, is going to be taking over as chair, and I will be back for item number 26. Mr. Fazeli, thank you. Oh, the reason for it's a conflict of interest. I know the applicant on this file. Okay.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so let's go to item number 25. The property address is 92 Gordon Road. Purpose of the application, to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing an extended and covered front porch. There's a note which mentioned this application was deferred at the Committee of Adjustment hearing held on August 28, 2025. We have 5 number of variances, building length, front yard setback. We have a landscape, front yard landscape, and then we also have the required front yard landscaping, the requirement as mentioned, also rear yard landscaping as well. So we have on the file the minutes of the August 28th survey, plans, applicant photographs / presentations, applicant's letter to neighbors, and also urban forestry. I would like to mention to the members, there are no further comments from forestry. Also, I would like to mention through the panel members that the planning report, which was from the previous package, still remains it applies for this application. All right, so do we have the agent?
You do.
Great.
Can you hear me? It's Monica Kuhn. I'm the architect and agent for the owners, and my address is 12 Sackville Place, Toronto.
All right, great. Have you made any changes to your application?
No, we have not.
All right. Are you okay with the comment from the community planning report in regards to variance number 2?
That has to do with that they do not want any change to the proposed front yard setback.
Okay, so the answer
And
is
we're
yes.
fine with that.
All right, thank you. Okay, so let's see, 1 second. Do we need a presentation? I'd like to ask my colleagues.
I don't
So
need a
we have
presentation.
questions, yes.
I just want the applicant to speak to variance number 4. It's a significant reduction in front yard soft landscaping. So I want to understand what is the reason for that and what's the planning rationale for that.
So the front yard landscaping, the configuration of the whole driveway, the circular driveway was existing when my clients purchased the property. And this was part of the discussion with planning. And the reason that we're now going down less than what was existing at 36 is because we're making the front yard or the front porch a little bit bigger. And we're also having a paved area that would lead to a wheelchair hoist that would take the owner from grade to the new front porch. And so there were 2 planting beds on either side of the current front stairs and porch, and those are being paved over to allow for that access.
Does that answer your question?
Okay, yes.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else has any question? No?
Can I just tell you about the forestry, or do you need to, are you fine with the fact that there's no longer an issue?
There are no longer any issues. If you want to make any comments, you're welcome to, but it's very clear here.
Okay. Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that we originally wanted to take out one of the trees in the front, and because our arborist felt that the pruning might be detrimental to the tree if we were just to prune it. And urban forestry was against taking the tree out, so we have worked around that tree, and we will be pruning it, but much less than we originally thought, so we can retain it, which is great. Everybody's happy.
Great, thank you. And we have it on, staff also put it on the screen as well. All right, thank you so much. If there are no comments, we can take the matter to the committee. Yes, Mr. Marzieri?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have a bit of concern. I had a bit of concern with variance number 3 and 4, but with the applicant's explanation, I think I'm convinced that this is an existing condition, so they're just making some modification to the existing. So I think it's a supportable application, so I put forward a motion to approve this application with no condition.
Would you like to add that condition from the planning report?
Oh, yes, sorry.
It's in previous package, and staff, if you can put it
the
on.
one that stays. Yes, I would add the condition that variance number 2 regarding the minimum frontage setback be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing attached to the report dated August 21st, 2025.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Marzieri. Do we have a seconder? Great, all in favor? Your application has been approved with a condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
We can have Mr. Allison back.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fazeli. We are, help me along, we're on item number 26. 63 Donegal Drive. Purpose of the application is to construct a new deck at the rear of the existing detached dwelling. Variances include deck setback from a south side lot line, rear yard soft landscaping, lot coverage, parking space access width, and platform encroachment into a rear yard setback, and south side lot line. On file, material from the applicant, transportation, as well as a memo from urban forestry. We have our agent or applicant with us.
Yes, I'm the applicant and agent, Alexandra Racher of 84 Berry Street in Cambridge, and I'm speaking on 63 Donegal Drive.
All right, and you are speaking on behalf of the owner, Ms. Coleman?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask, we don't have anybody here to speak to this item, and staff, we don't have anybody online. All right, very good. Let's give us a moment here. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to ask colleagues if they would like a presentation or if they have questions. No? Yes, Mr. Fazeli, please.
This is just a clarification. If the applicant is okay with the transportation condition I have in my notes, I think it's pretty straightforward. The question is for the applicant?
The transportation condition?
Correct.
So the transportation condition is a little bit confusing because it's all being seen as if the driveway area has been reduced, which it actually has not. I think that it's in some ways being looked at as a right-of-way, but it's not a right-of-way. So when it's not seen as a right-of-way, we're listing the driveway as 1.2 meters, which obviously a vehicle couldn't fit down. but it's actually unchanged. Like the deck does not extend beyond the wall of the house. So the driveway space is still the exact same driveway space that was there. And the front yard legal parking pad, that is a licensed location, is remaining unchanged. There is no work there either.
Have you communicated this with them?
Yes.
What was the response?
Let's see if I have the response. They seem to be very confused on the rear parking. And I have tried to explain that it was maintained for the purpose of zoning. It was maintained access into the garage, but regardless, they can't actually fit a vehicle between those houses. That's why they were permitted a parking pad in the first place. So the backyard for 65 and 63 is not used for any rear yard parking. And there really is no right of way. So there's nothing to stop number 65 from putting a fence up the middle of that anyway.
All right. And I should ask, there's been some discussion with the neighbor to the south, specifically maybe about that privacy screening that's proposed.
I have not seen any. Sorry, is there correspondence with the neighbor on the south side, or?
Yeah, I mean it's a reduced setback, right? You're pretty close to the property line. You've got some height on the deck, not too much, but some amount. You know, and then adding a 6.5 foot privacy screen for that length. I just want to ensure there's some sort of at least communication with the neighbor, just to ensure that the mitigating factors are actually doing, actually helping, rather than kind of maybe creating more massing or bulking.
Okay. I can see to, I actually think that the homeowner is listening in. So if she's spoken to the neighbor, I'll just send a message to her really quick and find out. Now the screen is actually to provide privacy from both, because what's not shown on the survey is that neighbor actually has an addition, whether or not it's permitted or been there for enough years, nobody knows, but it is practically on the lot line there.
Very good. Okay.
And so it has a window that directly faces 63. So there is no privacy there currently at all. They're kind of living on top of each other. So the reason for the privacy screen is actually to add in that privacy. But I did just hear back, and they have not actually directly communicated with that neighbor on the back deck.
Very well. Very well. Okay.
I will say, though, that from a privacy perspective, you can see right now the large shrubs are not going to, like the new privacy screen is not going to hit really any taller than those shrubs that are already providing privacy there.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, looks like we can take this matter into committee. All right, let's move this into committee now. Yes, Mr. Vasili.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I think the explanation of the applicant wasn't satisfied what I had in thought. In terms of the transportation, I understood the applicant explanation as well. So I don't think it's really, unless if you can check if there's a technicality issue in here, if we don't put that condition, which I don't think so, right?
I think
they still have the permits to, so they go through that process. Is that?
Right, you're talking specifically about the transportation
Yes.
condition?
The- The explanation we had.
Yeah, I think that's satisfactory
Yes.
to me. This condition is all across the city.
all- yes.
I just maybe for the record kind of state that if it meets the minimum width requirement technically, it still is a driveway, there still is parking. So it's not to say that they don't have access. They do have access, just it's very difficult. But you usually determine that by whether or not it meets the minimum requirement for a drive aisle, for a drive width. If it does, then it's a driveway by definition, right? If it doesn't, then you can't
There are
consider
no
the
objections. There are conditions.
right. Yeah, and I think also given the immediate context with some of the greenery that's there and the submission that the applicant made about the neighbor having an addition back there helps to support that sort of massing along the property line.
So I think
Sure.
if there are no comments, I'm okay to forward a motion.
Please, yes.
No comments. All right. So I'd like to forward a motion for approval of this application. There is no amendment, nothing, and yeah, there are no conditions.
With transportation?
Transportation, that was the conversation we had.
Yeah,
I think-
we don't have, no transportation.
Yeah. So that
Okay.
is my motion. If anyone seconding it would like to add that condition, let me know.
I
Otherwise,
second it without
the
that
motion.
condition. I agree. I think it's a very standard thing.
Okay. All right, we got a motion for approval without condition. We have a second by Mr. Marciari. All in favor? That is unanimous. And Mr. Schwartz absent on this one. Okay.
Yes. All right.
Okay. We are moving along here. Item number 27. 7 Artinger Court. The purpose of this application is to construct a new dwelling. Variances for lot coverage, number of number of platforms on a rear wall, platform areas, and front stair width. On file material from the applicant, memo from Urban Forestry and TRCA. Okay, and we have our agent here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, member of the committee. My name is Mehran Haidari from PMP Design Group, 1019 Darnies Road, Unit 403. I'm designer and the agent for this application.
All right. Sir, I'm going to ask my colleagues, but we do have the neighbor, yeah. I would like a presentation. Part of the difficulty is the floor plans have all been omitted. And, I understand privacy and all that, but, when there's variances for platform areas and balconies off of the second story, we really need to know what's happening off there. I mean, we can presume that it's a bedroom.
Yeah, actually, I didn't.
But I don't know, it could be a second living room for all you know what I mean? It's challenging for us when we don't have floor plans.
Yeah, actually, I just covered the floor plan. The balcony and the platform is not covered, is open. And also, if you look at the drawing that I submitted at the first page, you have the 3D plan, and you have the 3D over there. And maybe you can see here. No, we don't have it here. Yeah, this is the platform that we have the front and the back. Actually, in the back, we have the slope on the back, and because of the slope, I cannot have the truss in every floor. So we have the sticky. If you see the site plan, the key plan I provided for the coverage explanation, so you can see the difference over there. The key plan I submitted to application.
Okay. And before we proceed any further, is anybody here? Are you here for this item? No. And staff, we have a neighbor online for this item? Okay. So let's proceed with the presentation. I'm going to get the 5 minutes up on the clock, and sir, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, if you see the plan, the key plan, we have the basement floor plan that is 37.7%, and we have the smaller on the main floor that we have the extra balconies that is 35%, and the second floor is the 33%. I made every floor smaller because I wanted to have the design of the trusses in the back facing to the, because the house is sitting on the hill, and on the south side we have the very open view from this to the city. So for this reason, I have the different platform in the back for just for the design and just for the enjoying the view of the back. Okay. So the rest, the variance that we are looking for is the design matter. So the balconies that we have, the area is just because of the design that we are looking for, and also the third floor, the second floor that we have here. We are sitting 1.4 meter back to comply with the bylaw in the height, and this one increase the balcony area and reducing the coverage on the second floor. And I got your comment for previously for the covering the floor plan. So I never covered after that any application that had the variance related to the number of the story or something like this. This one, because the location and the design was unique, so I covered because the variances wasn't involved of the covering the floor plan. So sorry about that. You need to see inside. So
I just don't want to. I just don't think it's worth it. You know, you're coming for variances. It's tough because it depends too on the member. Like some members may not feel comfortable because, you know, with these platforms at or above the second story, a lot of times we look for what is the adjacent programming on the interior. It's usually a bedroom. That usually says to us, if it's a bedroom, the purpose and intent of this balcony is really for the enjoyment of maybe one or two occupants that, you know, may use that bedroom. But it's not to say that, you know, the half of the second floor plate could be like a, you know, a party room or a media room with the intent to host large gatherings on there. So I just, you know, it's just not worth it.
Yeah.
Okay. My colleagues, do you guys have any questions at this time? Okay. Let's hear from the neighbor, and then we're going to come back to you.
Sure.
Okay. Did we ever...
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How are you today?
Yep.
Hello, John Williamson from 11 Artinger Court. Speaking on behalf of myself and my wife, Mary Beth Williamson.
All right. You have some concerns with the application, sir?
We do. We have, you know, we're very supportive of the developments that have happened on the street, and we're kind of used to the process of larger houses going out. This particular application, though, is, first of all, the scale of the changes are considerably larger than any variance that has been asked for to date. The second part is, like you have indicated, we have no idea what this structure is looking like. The house immediately beside us, 15 Artinger Court, they had when they were asking for the variance, they came by, they showed us the plans for the house, they were consultative and made sure that people on the street were happy with the changes that they were asking for. We have no idea other than the size and the scope of this project, of how large it is and the variances, and we're particularly concerned about the platforms and the intrusive nature. They talk about seeing the skyline. It's a treed lot at the back, so I don't know what skyline they're looking at, but it does have privacy concerns, I think, for all of the neighbors, and the fact that these platforms are at the front and the back of the house, and the size of the platforms are enormous in scope. So we are very much opposed to this. It is taking, you know, a footprint and making it considerably larger. And we as neighbors have no information. And just as a side, this, you know, we'd love to see this property changed because it's an eyesore right now. It's unkept, and it's a mess right now. But you know, we just can't support what's being put forward.
All right. Questions? All right. Thank you, sir. Okay, let's turn it back to the applicant. So we have some concerns from one of the neighbors over at number 11. Want to provide you an opportunity to respond.
Yes, if you look at the location map and the submission requirements, so we have the map of the area and the street. And the number 7 is Artinger is one of the small property in this street. All the property on the west side of the number 7 is pretty big, and we have the back to the ravine, and the houses over there is big. And I believe this development is matched with the character of the neighborhood, and the variance that we are requesting, 35%, is approved a lot in this area. And the west side of the Banbury, actually all is development over there. If you look at the history of the area, we are all the big houses, the number of the variance approval is much more than what we have right now. We just have the 4 variants. One variance is width of the front steps, and the 2 variants is the platform and the balcony size and the number. And the only variance that we have is the lot coverage that is exceeding 35% because of just the design of the balcony, and the main floor and the second floor is meet the 35% approved in the area.
Questions? Yes.
I don't have a question, but I just want to point out that we usually see a better drawing quality from you. I think it's, I mean, I am an architect, and I really can't understand, the variances on the elevations and floor plans. It's really hard to read it. There's no, like, I don't understand the back and forth of the elevation. All the floor plans are covered. I don't have difficulty with the variances, but when we have like an application to look at, I think we have to look at everything together. And I mean, for me, it's really hard to read the drawings. I don't know, this is my opinion. If my colleagues have any.
So
they're a bit tough, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
especially
may I
the
request?
elevations. I mean, like the elevations, it's when I look at the plan, it's all covered, and then I looked at the elevation. I really don't understand what's in front and what's back, and it's hard to read. To me, it's not a complete drawing set to comment on that. But I just want to say that I don't have any difficulty with the variances, but it's a poor quality submission.
May I request a deferral and back to the complete drawing?
Us colleagues.
I don't have a problem with variances. My comment is about like I mean I understand it to some extent, but as Mr. Chair pointed, when we have like balconies, it's really important for us to understand that how this is happening and what space, what program on the inside, and I want to see that on the elevation. But I personally don't have problem with the variances, the 4 variances. I think it's, to me, it meets the 4 tests. So, I don't know, unless my colleagues.
I think
I don't need to defer it. I'm with my colleague on this one. It's a little bit hard to follow. You got to, there's a lot, it's like a lot of single line stuff that you have to trace to figure out the outline fine. I've got it. I have a grasp of what it is. I don't think that the variances being asked for are crazy. I'm able to support them. I think we can just move this along.
All right.
Yeah.
Sir, just kind of taking that information. Are we're okay to proceed?
Yeah, actually, I have the 3 plan, so what I can.
I'd love to, but I can't. Because you have people online, and unfortunately they can't see. Okay. No more questions. Sir, I do have to ask though. You mentioned deferral. Would you like a request for a deferral, or would it be okay if we proceeded based on the information that we had in the file?
Yeah,
today?
I'm okay with the proceed. I mean, if the member needs more clarification of the design, I'm okay to have the deferral and come back with the complete drawing.
Fair enough.
Yes.
I think my colleague's just trying to, because if I understand, you've been before this committee a few times. We just want to kind of ensure that future applications we don't run into a situation where the outcome might be a little more challenging for you.
Yeah,
just
for
based on
sure.
the fact that the drawings are not up to date.
Yes.
Okay, so let's take this into committee now. Brief discussion followed by motion. Maybe who would like to get us started?
I can start it off.
Sure.
I think my comments, as I said, it's not about variances. The variances, I think, is minor. I personally think it meets the 4 tests, and I support the variances. So I'm okay to put forward a motion.
Okay.
So I put forward a motion to approve the 4 variances based on the fact that they meet the 4 tests. And we have urban forestry condition.
Yeah, number 3.
Number 3, yes, correct.
All right, second by Mr. Fazeli. All in favor? Opposed? None. That's unanimous. The application is approved. Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
thank you so much, Member.
Of
Thank
course.
you.
Okay, number 28. 28 Northmount Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing dwelling by enclosing the existing front porch and constructing a new front porch and staircase. Variances include front porch encroachment into a front yard setback, lot coverage, pedestrian entrance height, and front yard setback. On file material from the applicant, late package including email correspondence from community planning, revised zoning notice, drawings, presentation, and 1 form letter in support from an immediate neighbor. We have our agent with us. We have our agent with us. Oh, wonderful.
You guys hear me?
We can, yes.
Amazing. Let me know when you want me to start.
Sure. Your name and address, just for the record.
Yep, it's Noam Hazan of Noam Hazan Design Studio. We are 14 Leswin Road, North York, Ontario, M6A1K3.
I'm going to ask my colleagues whether or not they'd like a presentation from you. Sir, can I just confirm, is this a modified application? You have some changes to make?
Yeah, we made some slight changes. We actually reduced 2 variances. We eliminated 2 variances, sorry.
Okay.
So there are only 2 variances now,
All right.
as opposed to the original 4. And we did submit the updated drawings, and we have a revised presentation as well.
Great. What 2 variances have been eliminated?
The 2 that have been eliminated are, let me just have a look here. Number 1 and number 3, I believe.
All right.
Sorry, let me just see.
And number 4, and that's, is that, I think number 4, if you're in line with the staff report.
Let me just have a look.
For sure, yeah.
I thought it was 1 and 3, but it could be, yeah. Let's go. I made a note on my presentation, but
I got to give you a moment before we get into that. We may not even need a presentation. I just want to confirm what changes we're making to the public notice.
yeah, give me 1 second.
Yes. Yeah.
If that's okay.
Of course.
I'm just going to get we did get a revised ZAP, which I forwarded as well. So you should have a copy of that as well, and that will have the latest variances on there. Yeah, there you go. It's on the presentation, exactly.
Hmm? Did we confirm?
Yeah, it's on that spread that you've got right there.
Well, I have to work from the public notice, so let's just staff are going by the public notice. I try to identify which of the 2 on the public notice correspond to the,
Sure.
yeah.
So you got the public notice in front of you. So the ones that are still outstanding, we still have the 30% lot coverage. So number 2 is still a variance. And then the required front yard setback of 8.58 meters. Is 8.5 meters. The proposed front yard setback is 7.56. That's still a variance. So 1 and 3 have been eliminated. 2 and 4 are still variances.
All right, very good. Staff, we captured that? Yes. Okay. Colleagues, do we need a presentation?
I think we should, right? He's
not
not
based on the
he's
plan,
not
because the
complying with
Right.
the staff.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the planning report is requesting to eliminate variance number 1 and 4. The applicant mentioned variance number 1 and 3 has been removed. So if this is the case, probably a bit of brief presentation is needed.
All right.
Otherwise, if the applicant think they made a mistake,
No, of course.
Otherwise,
That's why I ask. It's not a guarantee. I don't expect you guys to always shake your heads no. All right. Let's get the 5 minutes up. And let's get the Mr. Hazan's presentation up on the screen. And sir, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Sure, thank you. Okay, so let's just go to the next slide if that's okay. So we do believe that this does meet the requirements of the 4 tests of a minor variance. If you can go to the next slide, please. So our neighbor, the homeowner has got extensive support from both adjacent neighbors and the 3 across the street. So all really the neighbors that are visually impacted by this proposed application. If you go to the next slide, please. She also took the liberty to drive around the neighborhood and took photos, walked and drove. So within walking distance and a couple, you can see views from the car of very, very similar conditions in the local architecture, essentially. And these are just some of the examples she was able to capture, but there are, from what I understand, a lot more examples in the neighborhood where the front porch is enclosed. If you don't mind going to the next slide, please. So we did eliminate 2 of the variances. It was more of a technical elimination. We did notice that there was some data that wasn't captured from the survey, so we re-clarified that. We went back to the zoning examiner, and she was able to issue us a new notice. We were able to eliminate those 2 variances. So the first variance that still is present is the lot coverage. So there is the existing lot coverage, which was 33.55% based on the current conditions. And we're really adding 0.49% for that enclosure of that front porch, essentially. So very minor, addition of coverage within there, within that proposal. If you go to the next page. And then I kind of think this is an important slide to highlight that the area that we are requesting is really only for the front porch. We're not requesting a new setback for anywhere else in the house across the front facade. It's really limited to that area where that pink area is highlighted. And we are open as well to tying this to the plan so that, this really does limit the increased, footprint essentially and front yard setback of the proposal. If you can go to the next slide, please. So, we do think this is a good proposal for the neighborhood. It does meet the 4 tests, in our opinion. It is contextually appropriate. There are a lot of houses. If you were to look at the addresses on those photos, you would see they are very close to. If you go on that page where we had some photos of examples, I think it's the second page. Yep, that one. If you actually look at kind of a Google Earth map, you would see they are relatively close to where my client's property is. If you don't mind just going back to that last slide. No, the other one at the end with the summary. We have extensive excuse me, have extensive neighborhood support. And again, we're very amenable to tying the approval to the plans, so that we really are restricted to this small porch area that we're looking to enclose. Thank you. That's the end of our presentation.
All right, questions? Mr. Schwartz.
I really don't understand. We had a staff report, you accommodated the staff, and then you want this enclosed porch, but staff really are keen to maintain the streetscape in the front. And I don't know why you want to accommodate that when you accommodated them in other respects, including on number 3 that they didn't even ask for you to accommodate. So maybe I'm missing something, but I don't understand why you didn't do that on 4.
Yeah, so essentially the whole proposal is really just to enclose that porch, and without, like, if in order to accommodate the staff report, we wouldn't be able to have this proposal which has the staff report. I mean, it's essentially tied to the front yard setback. We're looking to enclose that existing porch, and if we were to accommodate some of the other requests, we wouldn't essentially be able to accommodate that without essentially not putting forward this proposal. Does that make sense?
No, not to me. Sorry, I don't understand. Like, you just wanted it your way, so you want to enclose the porch. The staff asked for you not to enclose the porch, right? So that's really.
Then we wouldn't be asking for any.
Am I missing something? Like, isn't that it? He wanted to enclose the porch.
Maybe I have some questions myself. Maybe that.
Okay,
maybe
well, maybe you ask the questions because I don't understand.
So I get the porch enclosure portion, but I also see a new porch being constructed in front of the porch enclosure, because a lot of times we have applications for existing porches, or they just want to enclose the porch and that's it. In this case, we have a porch enclosure, but we have a new porch addition. There's a bit of a platform and stairs in front of the enclosed porch. And if I understand correctly, that is what is triggering the setback. It's not but perhaps the enclosure of the front porch, but the new porch that would be built in front of the porch enclosure. I say porch, it's really a stair with a bit of a landing. Similar to what you have now.
Exactly. Yeah, it's an extended landing. I mean, if that was the condition of, if that was something that the committee would want us to remove, we would be amenable to that. It's really just for comfort, for the sake of the client to be able to access their front porch without having to sort of get to the top step and open their front door. It's more like, it is more of a landing than, as you described, than a porch. But if that was something that the committee felt strongly about, we would be amenable to removing that, and being able to just kind of go up to the front door essentially.
I'm just curious, what is the so the porch enclosure, the section that is proposed to be enclosed, that is only on the existing porch. Is that safe to say? You're using the existing porch. Oh, do you know what is the front yard setback on the existing porch now? Do you know? Without the new stair and the.
Exactly. If you zoomed in.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like I can appreciate you need some steps to get into but also I want to understand kind of what's triggering the city's concern. I'm not convinced it's necessarily a porch enclosure, but so much as the projection, which I think part of it is the new stairs and platform in front of the old porch.
I'm sort of looking at the streetscape to see what's there. Like the streetscapes and the front lot line is pretty much something that staff always want to maintain, and that's for a good reason, because everybody will increase their frontage into the street to the point where the street just looks choppy. So I'm looking at what's there now. It'd be interesting to see how that compares. So we're looking at, anyway, I just think that staff are probably right on this, and I would, so I'd sort of like to keep the streetscape the way it is.
Do we know what the can we separate out the porch enclosure portion from the proposed porch in front of the enclosure? Sir, do you know what the front yard setback is currently?
Give me 1 second. I'll double check that.
Sure.
If that's okay with you.
I don't think we have a dimension on the survey.
Are you looking to the current porch currently?
Yes, yeah. I just want to know what the front yard setback is to the enclosed portion of the building. Let's set aside the structure in front of it for a minute.
Sure. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to open up the
Yes. Take your time.
The survey. Got a dimension of 7.67, sorry.
Okay.
That's from the existing like the porch currently.
Okay, and then on the proposed porch, do you know what the depth is of the platform before you hit the stairs?
On the proposed porch?
The proposed porch.
It's showing just over 1 meter there, but it looks slightly off if I'm looking from here. I don't have the CAD. Actually, let me just check this one. 1.067 meters.
0.067 meters. Okay.
Yeah. 1.067. Yeah.
Just a
1.06 meters.
Correct.
1.067 meters. It's about 42
Correct.
inches. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, 1.082 is 42, so it's probably around 40 inches or so.
What is the current? It says the minimum required in forest is the minimum required front yard setback is 8.58. Before this and they're trying to go to 7.56. And what is it now? Is
7.67.
Oh, it's 7.67, and he wants to go to 7.56. Because when you look, so I just did a Google, and I just look at the streetscape, right? So if you, without looking at, actually just look at the aerial view, and all those houses line up really nicely on that side of the street, and I think that's worth keeping. So if he's only going to the distance that he has now, I'm okay with that. But if he's going in front of the other, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 houses in a row, and this house is the middle of the 5 houses. They're all lined up perfectly. I'd like that one to be lined up perfectly with the neighbors. Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'd be opposed to it. If it is, if it's like that, then I'm okay with it. But I can't quite tell. And do we see the Oh, well.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Perhaps we can save that for committee.
Well, what do you mean for committee?
No, not yet. Do we have any? We're just in a question with the agent. If you have any questions left for the agent before we head to
I
committee.
see, when we go to committee. Well, I don't understand. I'm trying to give him a chance to justify it, but I'm not hearing it. It almost looks like he's going further. Am I wrong? Like we've been trying to confirm we're trying to get.
Yeah, I guess the question back to you would be if we were to remove that porch and we were just to do stairs going up, so we would almost shift everything towards the house and just have the minimum number of steps required to get to that enclosed porch. Would the city accept a solution, or sorry, the committee accept a solution like that? I mean, as it stands, the reason for this porch is, to give the homeowners an opportunity to have a little mudroom or vestibule as they have, in their house, and we can't really do that without enclosing the porch. But the question is there an opportunity to eliminate that new porch and push the staircases back towards the face of the house?
So then what would you do on 4? What would your proposal be on 4 then? If I bring the motion, which I might, what would that distance be on 4? Would it be something beside, not 7.56, something different than 8.58, or do we just go at 8.58? What would you be okay with to eliminate that mudroom in the front?
I think it seems to me like 7.67 may work. Then that's
7 is what it is now. Okay.
Yes, 7.67 is.
All right. I don't know what my other committee members. At least I know what. Okay. Thank you.
So yeah, 7.67 is the current porch where we are now, and that's where we would erect this enclosure. We're not asking to extend the building beyond there. It's really just being able to access that porch, that enclosure, that new enclosure, essentially.
All right. Okay, thank you. Let's take this into committee.
I mean, I don't know if anybody else, but I could just bring the motion to accept the application as modified with 7.67, and if you don't like it, then turn it down. But
yeah,
that's what I.
Yeah, Mr. Roach, I do share your concern. I think this is I think there's merit to the application with respect to the enclosure itself. It's challenging when you have an existing porch that sort of aligns with all the other existing porches to enclose that porch, but then construct a new porch in front of it. It makes it even more difficult for us when the new porch in front of it's pretty modest, I will say. Like it doesn't really seem to take any liberties with the size. But in a lot of these cases with these porch enclosures, they don't typically extend the porch any further into the front yard setback than already is. I mean, other than accommodation. So yeah, I mean, if you, Mr. Schwartz, if you want to bring a motion, we can see where it goes.
I'll bring the motion to approve, so as modified, subject to variance 4 being 7.67 instead of 7.56. It was 7.67, right? That's what it was now? Is that, do we have that right, or what?
I don't.
Or we're taking his word for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure the numbers are correct either, because you're only talking about a 0.1 meter.
That's right.
Roughly reduction, right? And if you're looking at, I mean, you can take it if what you're looking at is to permit the existing porch to be enclosed, but then provide stair access. Just going to discussion you had with Mr. Martiari about the 42-inch platform. If you eliminate that, that will take off about a meter. So you then more or less come into compliance with the bylaw.
So
you can still enclose the porch. You could still have your stair, but it's the emission of that additional meter to accommodate the platform at the top of the stair before you go into the enclosed porch.
So you're saying that we would get it a different way just because he's cutting back? I don't know. I'm confused with it. Like I think it's a legitimate application, except I don't like I'd like to maintain what staff wanted to maintain in terms of the front yard setback.
Yeah.
So I don't want him to have less than what he has now, but I don't want him to have more to the point, because when I look at unless there's something wrong on Google, it's straight down those 5 houses in a row. I want to keep it that way, and I think
Yeah.
staff do.
Mr. Marzieri, any thoughts on this with the?
Well, honestly, I think it's a minor application. I think it's the proposal is either it's like 10 centimeters shorter or longer. It's just enclosure the porch, and I understand they need a landing to get into the house. So I don't think just enclosing that portion of the porch that is covered now is changing the streetscape. So to me, it's a supportable application. They're asking for 2 variances. To me, it's really minor.
Yeah.
So I was.
In that case, I might just suggest tying to site plan
Yes, exactly.
to
Yes,
ensure that it's
that's
just for
definitely
that
I would do that. I would tie it to
portion
the
of the
site
structure.
Well, is it going to be or at the same, like, so they have the porch now. Like if you look at the right, yeah, I mean, I look at it and it looks like it lines up because there's like an overhang on top of that porch. It looks like it's covered now. They want to enclose it, but it all lines up nicely. So if it's going to line up nicely, I'm in support. Otherwise, I'll just
It is
vote against.
pretty much. It's very close to what they have as a covered porch. So I can put forward a motion and see how far it goes. So I put
You're
forward.
the architects, but I'm looking at the streetscape, and if it doesn't measure up, I don't want it. That's all. Like 10 centimeters or whatever. I think it should just be straight. So cut off the 10 centimeters. Maybe that's the 7.67. Maybe that's the difference. Just go with 7.67. That's what he's saying. Is that what you really?
We just want to make.
Support. Hold on. I can't have anybody chime in while we're in committee.
So what my colleagues is thinking. So put forward a motion.
Let's bring a
I'll put
motion,
forward a
see where it
yes,
goes.
I put forward a motion to approve this application as amended. Variance number 1 and 3 to be eliminated. Variance number 2 and 4 stays approved, and I would tie it to the site plan.
Well, can we modify it and go to 7.67?
That's not my motion. My motion is.
Okay, I'm voting against your motion. I'm telling you to.
All right. We have a
You
motion
can
by
oppose
Mr.
my motion.
Marzieri. Mr.
Well,
Schwartz, you're not
I
going to
tried-
second that
well,
motion?
No, because I
Yeah.
tried to bring the motion already, and everybody said, though, the 7.67 is. Why can't I bring my motion then at 7.67? Which
Mr.
was
Marzieri, would you be so kind as to stand down your motion right now to allow Mr.
I stand down. Okay, sure. I
Okay,
stand
so
down.
I'm
So
going
you
with
go ahead.
7.67 because he already said he was okay with that, and now Mr. Marzieri wants 10 centimeters, and I just think let's keep the streetscape.
Okay.
Because other guys
So-
might be pulling this stunt, and I don't want them to. I want the street to look the way it looks nice.
Let's get the motion in its entirety. So
7.67.
it's the same motion as Mr. Marzieri. So
Same with-
elimination of.
only instead of 7.56, it's 7.67, which is what the applicant seemed to say he wanted anyway, or he was willing to agree to, and it looks like that would do it. So
All right. Do I have a
I don't care if
seconder
it's
for
10
Mr.
centimeters.
Schwartz's motion?
tied to site plan.
Tied to site plan, yeah.
Oh.
Staff, we got all of that. Do we need to?
Repeat that, sorry.
I'll-
Variance number 4,
7.67 and variance number 4. Otherwise, the application as amended to be approved.
We are including the amendments, the omission of 1 and 3, and to tie
Tied to
the,
site plan. Is
yes.
there anything else? Do we have any forestry or anything like that? I don't think we do.
I don't see any forestry.
I didn't see anything else. Okay, so that's it, 7.67.
So I'm fine with that. I second that.
May I just?
Okay,
Can we
good.
tie to site plan? If it's different?
Yeah, the site plan we cannot tie it because the site plan is showing.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, you can't tie it to site plan because of.
Yeah. You might be causing more.
You might, because, so what, well, okay, so if we don't tie it to site plan, then what's the consequence? Site plan as modified to 7.67 instead of, you can't do that.
Yeah. I don't think we can.
Okay, anyway, that's my motion. So then just take out the site plan.
So not tying to site plan.
Not tied to site.
Okay.
plan, 'cause
Do I have a
how else we're gonna do it?
You can't. Do I have a seconder for Mr. Schwartz?
Okay.
Mr. Bartolo. Okay.
Okay.
All in favor? Opposed? I have to make a decision. Okay. And the only reason
I oppose that because the site plan tying is important.
that's the reason
It's
I
not,
oppose it as
it's
well.
more important than the numbers. So
So explain why it's more. Why is it more important?
because they can build like a whole front yard.
You can extend it across the entire length of the,
I see.
and to
have the-
cause, to risk that over 10 centimeters is, I just think it's a bit
I think
dangerous.
it's definitely.
Okay, then I'm just gonna vote against the whole damn thing.
All right.
So I
Bring
put
your
forward a motion then
Okay.
to approve this application as amended, variance number 1 and 3 to be eliminated, variance number 2 and 4 approved, and it's tied to the site plan.
All right. Second by Mr. Frizzelli. All in favor? Opposed? Mr. Schwartz. The motion passes. Application as modified is approved.
Because I think you should have complied with the staff report.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for your patience on that one. We are on the last item of the day, item number 29, 162 Times Road. The purpose of this application is to construct a new 3-story fourplex and a new garden suite to replace the existing detached garage. 6 variances before us: rear yard landscaping, north side yard setback, rear yard soft landscaping, rear yard setback for a garden suite. We've got side yard setback and 1 variance to permit the omission of angular plane requirements. On file, material from the applicant, memo from Urban Forestry, email from Community Planning, letter of objection from 163 Times Road, Upper Canada Consultants, 476 and 524 Rydell Avenue, and a letter from Mr. Joe C. Okay, we have our agent with us. Yes, please come on down to the podium, state your name and address for us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jacqueline Lee, and I'm with Batory Planning and Management on behalf of our clients at 162 Times Road as it relates to the proposed fourplex and garden suite application.
All right. We'll ask for a presentation. We do have some neighbors here with some concerns. Staff will get the 5 minutes up on the screen, and the floor is yours whenever you're ready.
Okay, and then we also have a presentation to pull up.
Yes, thank you. Staff will pull that up.
And I'll also note that this, there was a red line notice that was sent out last week, just removing one of the variances as well, but I'll go through that in the presentation anyway.
Staff, just for the record, Mr. Bartolo will be stepping out for the last item for the record. Okay.
Is there the colored version by any chance? There were some parts that we highlighted, and I'm not sure it's going to show up in the black and white. so that's like the red line version of the notice, just kind of highlighting some of the changes. But I think the presentation you had it a moment ago, just further down.
Well, let's start there.
Oh.
Let's start there. So let's just take us through the public notice. Let us know what's being modified, starting with item number 1.
Okay, so item number 1 with respect to the soft rear yard landscaping, and this is the same as I believe variance 3. The requirement for 50% rear yard to be softscaped has been modified. Now instead of 28.49%, we have 48%, so it's a variance of 2%.
Yes,
yeah,
48%.
Instead of 50, yeah. And then if you go down a little bit lower, so yeah, 1 and 3 are the same. And then the rear yard setback for the garden suite, it's been increased to...
Hold on. So the variance of 48% applies to both number 1 and number 3.
Correct. So
Okay.
number 1 applies for the fourplex, and then number 3 is for the garden suite, but they're essentially the same.
Are they as the same, or are they essentially the same?
Oh, they are the same.
It's
Sorry,
48%.
Yes, they are
Okay.
the same for
We
both.
just need the numerical values there.
Yes, so instead
Okay.
of the requirement is 50%, we're providing 48%.
All right. That's it?
Oh, no, so
Oh.
then if you scroll further down, the setback, the rear yard setback for the garden suite, it was 0.61 meters, and that's been increased to 0.76 meters, which is in line with the side yard setback requirement, as this is, we try to keep it consistent with that, knowing that this is a corner lot, so it essentially functions as a side yard. And then variance 5 has been removed. This was for the side yard setback for the garden suite. It's been increased to meet the minimum 0.76 meters. And those are the updates.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, look at that in color.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, if we scroll down to the site context, I can start my presentation there. So the subject site is a corner lot with frontage along Times Road to the east and Riddell Avenue to the south. The zoning permits multiplexes and garden suite buildings. Next slide, please. A 1.5-story single detached home and 1-story detached rear garage are currently on the site. Surrounding the properties are generally similar scale, but we can see in the bottom right a recent redevelopment of a 2.5-story dwelling, which replaced a previous bungalow dwelling. Next slide, please. 2 slides down. So for the project overview, there we go. We're requesting a total of 5 variances, 1 less than the initial application, for the north and rear setbacks, soft landscaping, and angular planes for the garden suite. There are no variances related to height, lot coverage, FSI, building depths, or parking. And the development introduces 5 new residential units, all of which are 2 bedrooms, along with improved landscaping and 5 new trees on the site, around the site, sorry. Next slide. Here is the existing site with a large driveway and a fence within the public right-of-way. Next slide, please. This is the previous site plan that was submitted for the minor variance application initially. And then the next slide is the revised site plan. Here is where we worked with the client to increase the rear and side yard setbacks for the garden suite, eliminating one of the variances. And the rear yard landscaping has been increased from 28 to 48%, and additional landscaping elements have also been introduced, including hedges and trees. Next slide, please. This is a list of the variances that are requested. And the next slide. Just going into more detail for the variances. So for 1 and 3, they relate to the rear yard soft landscaping, which is required to be 50%, and we're proposing 48%. The previous owner had installed a fence around the property, including over the public boulevard. This area in front of the detached garage was also entirely paved, as were the walkways in the rear yard. The new proposal improves the public realm by removing the fence, increasing the soft landscaping, and adding 5 new trees. We've maximized the rear soft landscaping and are only requesting a 2% variance. And I note that the paved surfaces are also proposed as permeable pavers to support the city's objective for stormwater infiltration on site. Next slide, please. While the in-force city-wide zoning bylaw requires a side yard setback of 1.2 meters, the existing neighborhood character is not aligned with this provision. Highlighted in the map are where existing buildings in the surrounding context provide less than the minimum required side yard setback. As you can see, nearly all the properties have at least one side yard where the minimum required side yard is reduced, as is the case with the proposed development. Next slide, please. These images provide examples of what that context looks like on the street level, and it's comparable to what's being proposed. Next slide. One of the considerations for the building siting was the minimum required 5-meter Toronto hydro setback, which was mandatory. So that limits the way that the site is able to keep a side yard setback. So, sorry, that limited us to keeping the side yard setback close to the existing setback. You could see the existing building in the dotted line there. Next slide. We note that the requested reduced side yard setback of 0.61 meters exceeds the side yard variances commonly approved in the surrounding context as shown in the list. Next slide, please. And since the initial application, the garden suite rear setback has been increased from 0.61 to 0.76 meters to align with the required side yard setback provision. As this being a corner lot, the rear yard effectively functions as a side yard abutting the west neighbor. The minimum 7.5 separation distance to the main building wall is maintained. Next slide, please. With respect to the angular planes, these provisions do not reflect the recently approved garden suite bylaw update passed July 2025, which removes angular plane requirements in accordance with the new provincial regulations. Nevertheless, the suite is designed to reflect the scale of the adjacent house on Riddell Avenue with no windows facing north or west to prevent potential overlook issues. Next slide, please. And in closing, the revised plan has been designed in accordance with the city's policies to limit impacts to the greatest degree possible on adjacent properties. City staff have no concerns with the requested variances, and we've also reached out to neighbors to provide additional project details and made revisions to the plan to improve the application since the initial submission, including more soft landscaping and the addition of 5 new trees. In our opinion, the minor variances satisfy the 4 tests of the Planning Act and represent good planning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, questions? All right, I have a question. In your presentation, you noted those angular planes, there was a change in policy that maybe omitted the angular planes?
Right, so bylaw 487/2025 was approved by council in July of this year. That has been appealed, but that was put forward by a city-led initiative monitoring the garden suites the garden suites program, in the city. And so they were making updates to the provisions that applied to those based on the variances that were coming to committee, and also keeping, I guess, up to date with provincial regulations. So with angular planes also being removed from provincial legislation, we're no longer allowed to even apply them. But that entire bylaw it's being appealed right now. So until such time it's enforced, unfortunately for us, I guess, the variances need to be sought. But if it were approved the way that council had approved it and they were implemented and in place, we wouldn't require these variances at this time.
Fair enough. Any other questions? Okay. We do have some other speakers. Yes, please come on down, sir. We're going to hear from the neighbors, and then we're going to have you back up to respond.
Just have to change my glasses here. My name is Doug Warwick, and I'm the neighbor at 524 Riddell Avenue, 2 houses to the west of this property. I did not receive any communication from the current owner. I have an idea how the City of Toronto can save a few bucks at little cost. You can do this by rejecting the owner's proposal for points 1 through 5, at least what I was mailed. You should instead decide to maintain the City of Toronto's minimums. The reason is water. By covering up this property at 162 Times Road with building material, the owner will be diverting the water that could have been absorbed by exposed ground and landscaping, diverting it to the property of the City of Toronto for the city to absorb the cost. In effect, MV Times Inc. has said in this proposal that water is not their problem, it's the City of Toronto's problem. In effect, they propose to dump rainwater from their property to your property via Times Road and Rydell Avenue, down the street, down the sewer, down the system, some of it ending up in the new $380 million facility underground at Fairbanks Memorial Park. You, the city, should pay for it, not them. In effect, they're arguing that the City of Toronto should permit them to maximize the value of their piece of title and walk away with no conditions or encumbrances. We all know that extreme weather is becoming more severe, more frequent, more damaging, and more expensive. How expensive? So expensive that the City of Toronto has dug a gigantic hole in the Fairbank Memorial Park and created a huge concrete tub to hold water. It's part of the Fairbanks Silverthorne trunk storm sewer system to the tune of $380 million. It's part of the $2 billion Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund, DMAF. The former mayor of Toronto, John Tory, said the basement flooding has become more prevalent in our city, impacting the lives and homes of the residents of Toronto. It appears that this owner has not read the news. If you observe a map called Disappearing Rivers of Toronto, you will see that an old river used to cross Times Road 2 blocks to the north of this property and a block to the east, crossing Rydell. Actually, the area is called Village of Fairbanks, and they must have called it Fairbanks for some reason. The City of Toronto sewers now carry the water that this old river system used to carry. The river ended up north of Casa Loma. The old river is gone, but the flow of water has not. The property at the corner of Times and Rydell is at a low point. Therefore, this property is a collecting point for water. The owner may argue that their footprint is tiny, but just multiply this by any number you like, and you will realize that it affects 11,000 residents in the area. Every inch of exposed ground and landscaping helps reduce sewer backups and basement flooding for more than 4,645 homes potentially at risk. The owner may argue that their proposal is a benefit to the city since the city has a policy of increasing housing. But as we know, housing doesn't necessarily mean occupancy. The larger the house, usually the lower the occupancy rate per square foot. Vote no to the requested variances to the zoning bylaws on page 2 of September 3rd, 2025 public hearing notice. The variance is not minor. Multiply that by 4,645 homes. That's the number of sewer backups and basement flooding homes at risk, according to the city, in the Fairbanks Silverthorne area, which includes this ward, Ward 8, Eglinton Lawrence. This proposal is not appropriate for the reasons I've outlined. It violates the original proposal. It violates the City of Toronto's risk management strategy for flooding in intent and purpose. City of Toronto spent at least $307 million for the Fairbanks Silverthorne trunk storm sewer system. The federal government, the remainder of the cost. The less water added to the system, the better. Ask yourself if the very small increase in property tax from this proposal is really going to cover all future costs of the water that will be diverted to the city. Have you really accurately costed it? Do you think that the federal government is going to step in and cover the cost? Vote against this proposal, the original one, or spend another $400 million and more on another gigantic concrete tub sunk in the ground with French tunnel digging machine and linking piping and infrastructure.
Just be mindful of the clock, sir.
Well,
we got a timer up.
How much time do I have left? I have my...
if you can just wrap it up in the next 10 to 20 seconds.
Okay,
we're over our time.
What does this have to do with me? I live 2 doors away from the property, and some time ago, 2 neighbors and myself, we used snow shovels for an hour, shoveling water from my neighbor's backyard into the driveway to prevent the water from entering his and my basement window. The water in the backyard was almost knee deep, and with this, a backyard which is almost completely exposed, not built. This is one house away from the subject of this hearing. This rain event was the one that popped the city iron sewer drains up into the air with the spouting geysers of water. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Okay, thank you very much, sir. We have some other speakers.
To you, Mr. Chair, be unmuted, Jonathan Chu.
Hello, Mr. Chair and the members of the committee. My name is Jonathan Chu. I'm the owner of 164 Times Road, directly north of 162 Times Road. I'm here to express my opposition to the requested minor variance of the 2 feet on the north side of 162 Times Road. Allowing a 3-story home to be built closer to my property will significantly reduce the enjoyment of my home by casting a larger shadow and restricting sunlight and natural light, particularly in my dining room. This room is a central space for family meals. My children do their homework at the table and also creating family memories. The reduction of natural light would negatively affect our daily enjoyment of our home and could potentially impact the future resale value of our home due to the restriction of sunlight. The risk of fire is also a concern, as the current bungalow located at 162 Times Road experienced a fire itself 2 years ago, and we saw how quickly a fire can spread. If a minor variance is granted, I respectfully request the city consider granting it on the south side of 162 Times Road, where there are no neighboring properties to be affected. I just have an additional question. I'm not sure if this is the right place for it, but I just want to ask, I was told by one of the members of the construction team that they might be restricting my access to my driveway during the construction period. So I don't know if this is something that they are allowed to do. I have 2 cars that I use on my driveway. I have kids where I have to take them to extracurriculars as well. And I just want some guidance if, temporary street parking permit is available through the city of Toronto, because my street does not allow street permit parking. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions? Okay, do we have any other speakers? All right, let's turn it back to our applicant. Yes, Mr. Marziari.
Before we go back to applicant, I just want the applicant to briefly also speak to the side yard setback and what's the existing and what's the planning rationale to reduce it by 0.6 meter.
If you don't mind going back to the slide that had the Toronto Hydro setback highlighted. It's not the red line. Yeah, there you go. So the hatch line is where the existing building is located, like the building envelope. What's proposed, obviously, is the one in the gray shaded box. So you can see that at the moment, the current dwelling is encroaching within that 5-meter Toronto Hydro setback, which is a mandatory setback. So our building is actually narrower than what exists there today. And in terms of the pinch point between the north neighbor and the existing wall, I think let me just pull up the numbers so I could be accurate here. The narrowest point of the existing building is set back 0.54 meters from the north side yard lot line. We are proposing a setback of 0.61 meters. So overall, it would be actually closer, further away from the north side yard. Side lot line.
I don't see that on the site plan. The site plan is 0.8 and 0.76. So you're talking about that projection of the chimney?
The chimney is the pinch point, yeah.
That's
Like
not
that
the
would be
setback. It's an encroachment, but the setback
Right.
is 0.8 and 0.76.
Right, but in terms of him using the driveway impasse, that would be the pinch point, where it'd be like the narrowest, I guess, for them to pass their car.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, sure. So the clients worked with the city staff And first of all, so thank you for the opportunity to respond to these comments and concerns. The clients worked with city staff to confirm that there were no concerns from planning or forestry for the proposed development, which is confirmed through our correspondence with the application supporting documents on AIC. In addition to this, changes have been made since the application submission to reduce the number and impact of variances and to provide an overall meaningful improvement, such as increasing the rear yard soft landscaping from 28 to 48%, removing the side yard variance, and increasing the rear yard setback for the garden suite to treat the rear lot line as a side yard for the flanking street, as it effectively functions as such for the corner lot, and removing the north side yard setback variance for the garden suite. Other changes that we've done that don't really have a bearing on the variances themselves, but again, improve the overall proposed development, include the use of permeable pavers on the driveway to meet the intent of the soft landscaping requirement with respect to on-site stormwater infiltration, which is what the gentleman earlier was speaking to, and adding plantings and 5 new trees where none exist today. The project manager has visited the site on 3 separate occasions to speak with adjacent neighbors. He might not have had the opportunity to speak with everyone in case they weren't home, but he has had discussions with the neighbor to the north all 3 times, who's Jonathan, who we heard earlier, and reached out to the neighbors to the east and west, but they were not available to have conversations. We've also reached out to the planner who authored the letter in opposition on behalf of the neighbor to the east at 163 Times Road, who's not aware of the changes made since the initial submission. And I note that he's not in attendance today to clarify his position on the updated variances. But with respect to stormwater management and soft landscaping, we're not seeking variances relating to lot coverage. The lot coverage proposed is permitted as of right, and the building depth is actually less than the maximum permitted amount, and also narrower than what exists today. The proposed development ultimately improves the green spaces within and along the site perimeter, as you saw in the landscape plan earlier, which affect the east and south and the green spaces and site perimeter, which affect the east and west south public boulevard adjacencies. The site layout and soft landscaping have been designed in accordance with new multiplex and garden suite policies and criteria in evaluating the minor variances, requesting now only a 2% reduction, but increasing planting and trees. And this does not take into account the permeable pavers, which were included specifically to help with stormwater infiltration on site. They don't calculate that when they're calculating soft landscaping, but we thought it was worth putting into the plans. With respect to the driveway access, the neighbor to the north is understandably concerned about his access to the rear garage and drive aisle, which abuts the north side wall of the proposed development. The driveway is currently encroaching on the subject property and provides a wide enough drive aisle for their vehicle to pass. The proposal has been designed to maintain the function of the driveway to the north, whereas the narrowest point on the existing building is set back 0.54 meters. The proposed development is set back 0.61 meters, meaning if we were to place a stake at the closest point of the existing building wall and then demolish and then construct the proposed development, the new north building wall wouldn't even touch the stake. The clients also advised the neighbor to the north that they're open to keeping this portion of the side yard as paved asphalt and not erecting a fence, whereas the site plan shows it as sodding. We've confirmed that the minimum front yard landscaping requirement would be met either way. And we've also communicated this to the neighbor and intend to maintain a friendly relationship with the neighbor, ensuring that this condition is kept in place for their use. And with his comment on access to sun shadow impact, there's no height variances for either the fourplex or the garden suite. A 3-story building is permitted as of right through the new multiplex policies and provisions. The shadow impact from the variance is negligible compared to the as of right condition here for the dining room.
Just be mindful the clock.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I think those were the concerns that were raised. So.
Okay. Questions? Okay. All right, thank you. I'm going to take this into committee, and we will get a decision for you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mazziari.
Through Mr. Chair, Overall, I think it's a very good application. I had a bit of concern with soft landscaping, but it's a relief that the applicant is increasing the soft landscaping to almost meet the requirement, and also inclusion of permeable pavers. I think it's a great proposal. I also had a bit of concern with the north side yard setback, but I think since there is no height variance, I am generally okay with that. Although it's a little bit in decrease in the existing condition, but I understand because of the Toronto Hydro setback, they may not be left like with enough width for the house, so they had to push the house a little bit further. So overall, I think to me it's a supportable application and it's a good application.
Yeah, my major concern was with the garden suite. There's a rendering that was shown with the garden suite in direct relation to the property on Rydell. I had some concern because in terms of the massing, the garden suite is reading as a bigger building than the house directly adjacent, which I think this was a file where somebody noted it's not a 2-story building, it's actually 1.5 or a 1-story building, which is quite actually characteristic of homes in the area. I think angular planes in this case would have really helped. Even though they're not required, they're asking for setback reductions at the rear and on the side. So I would have expected to see at least some mitigating factor to the neighbor, not just a straight wall up. So I don't know that I can support the variance to omit the angular planes. I think that if it's still under appeal, let that process play out. In the alternative, if we were to disregard the angular planes, I would like to see at least the setbacks met at the rear. And then to your point, the other concern that I had was with respect, I think it's the setback against the immediate neighbor. 2 feet of access is really tough. 0.6 meters, that's going to require authorization through the city, whether if they don't get it through the neighbor, to essentially take over that gentleman's driveway for service, maintenance, construction, whatever they need. My concern is that it's 0.6 meters, but they really are pushing to the maximum. It's a big massing up against a small house. So I would have liked to see 0.9 meters on that side, mainly so they're not creating a condition where they have to access the neighbor's property, which, to answer the neighbor's question, it's up to him whether or not he wants to allow access onto their property. If they don't allow access, they have to go to the city for a right of entry permit, right? But, usually we see these in cases, especially in Toronto, East York, right, where the houses are very close together. In this case, the properties, the separation between the properties, generally you shouldn't run into that issue. So, I'm not sure, I guess, maybe about the, undecided about the side yard. I do recognize that extra foot, it's a lot of space on the inside of the building. The garden suite I'm not sold on, though. Particularly the top half of that massing. It just looks like a giant box. And it's also, because it's in a rear yard technically, it's afforded the benefit through the bylaw of being pushed further towards Rydell Avenue, which I think negatively impacts, or has a larger impact in terms of massing on the home directly adjacent, which it's set back a little bit further. I don't know, my colleagues feel. Mr. Schwartz.
So I tend to agree with Mr. Marziari that so what I'm looking at here is, and I think we have to be somewhat cognizant of it, even if we don't necessarily take any kind of view personally. Like there's a public push to create more housing. And this creates more housing and does it in a pretty respectful way. It's not trying to be excessive in its coverage. It cut back the coverage. It's cut back. It's provided.
The revisions are quite good. I will give them that, especially the increase in soft landscaping.
So, I mean, there is one of the 4 tests is, and I raised it this morning, I can't quote it, well, what are the 4 tests? It meets one of those 4 tests because it does serve a public good. And so, so I think it's supportable. Like, you can't get a perfect application in every way. There's trade-offs here. And so I can understand why some of the neighbors might be upset. If I was living on the street, I might be upset that all of a sudden there's something that big on the street when everything else is little, but they're doing that part as of right. So then the issue becomes like, is the garden suite? And nobody's really saying, yeah, that's the garden suites that's real. I mean, you are, rightfully, but I don't see the neighbors saying that. The issue, I think, really is one of, you know, does this meet the 4 tests? I think it does, but not only does it, but there's one of those 4 tests, which I had this morning, which is the desirable for appropriate development. Desirable. And I think that it meets that very well because it's creating more units in a respectful manner, and more units is something that both the provincial and the municipal governments have been trying to promote. So I'd support this.
All right. Perhaps a motion?
I am okay to make a motion.
Please, yes, go ahead.
So I put forward a motion to approve this application as amended. Variance number 1 to be increased to 48%. Variance number 3 to be increased to 48%. Variance number 4 to be increased to 0.76. Variance number 5 to be eliminated. And also inclusion of permeable pavers for the driveway. And urban forestry condition number 3.
You don't like this?
I'm okay. I'm on this. Did we?
Yes, Mr. Schwartz, second that. All in favor? Okay, and Mr. Allison opposed. The motion carries. The application as amended and revised is approved. Okay, the time is now 6:14. That concludes our hearing for the day. I hope. You're looking a little confused.
There are 2 more. Yeah, but not in.
Can we clarify?
Through you, Mr. Chair, those are delegated files for the Deputy Secretary Treasurer to adjudicate.
We don't need to address that then? Okay. We do need a motion to adjourn though. Mr. Schwartz, do we have a seconder? Mr. Vizzelli? Okay. The time's now 6:15. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, staff. Thank you, members. And thank you to our one person left in the gallery for your patience today. Okay.